Hello, hello. Should be audible now. Ugh. Anyone hear me? I think they can. Welcome back to part 5 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We're almost done with, well, technically we're almost done with this game. Whoops. Like we're still technically not done, but if we were playing like the original game, this would pretty much be the finale. I am doing good. I'm doing good. A little anxious, but thank you for asking. This past week has just been anxiety riddled, but not because of anything bad. It's just I'll get into that in a little bit. I'm also feeling a little cold because it's not even because like where I live is cold. It's because the AC is on, and the way that it works in my room is that I have the fan on as well, so it pretty much like circulates the cold air everywhere. But I can't turn the AC off because my brother, his girlfriend, and her son all live in the smallest room in the house, and they complain that they're constantly hot, despite the fact that they have 3 fans in there. So they love to keep the AC on, and it's cold. So I'm having to live with that. It sucks. Am I audible over the music? Could turn it down a little bit. Hopefully that's a little better. But other than that, I've been doing great. So last week has just been anxiety riddled because the week after, not the week, so the last time I streamed was 2 weeks ago, and over the course of those couple days, I finally finished the last of my fanfics. So then last week... Why does that sound like something I'd write? That sounds like something I'd write, I'm sorry. But as I was saying, oh, I hope oh, that's nice. That's nice. So then you'll understand the anxiety I was feeling. So yeah, so I posted the first of my fanfics on AO3, DeviantArt, and Tumblr last week, and Monday was probably the worst because that was where I had posted it on AO3, and AO3 of course is the biggest fanfiction sharing website ever in fandom, so I was really freaking nervous. Like, legit, I got a comment like around an hour after I had posted it, and I was so, anxious about it that it took me all day to finally read it. I even like made a tweet about the fact that there was a comment in my inbox, and I didn't get around to actually reading it until 7 hours after that tweet had been posted. And the thing is, though, that the comment wasn't even anything bad. It was just like it was basically just someone talking about how they enjoyed reading my fic and that they were waiting, and that they were excited to read the next update to it. And I was like, yay! So I was happy about that. As it is currently, it is sitting at 41 hits and 4 kudos. And kudos are basically likes on AO3. They're just renamed differently. 1 comment and 1 bookmark. All for a Terraqua fic, too. So I'm happy about that. DeviantArt and Tumblr weren't so bad, because I normally never get much of anything on those platforms. Like, I still post them on there just in case, but still. DeviantArt I know is sitting at 1,000 views. It just hit 1,000 today. And the funny thing is that I believe that built up a lot more than my previous 2 fics I posted on DeviantArt, because those hit 1,000 and more over the course of a day. A Rule 34 candlestick. Why? Why would you create an account like that? But, anyways, I was saying, the previous 2 things I posted on DeviantArt hit 1,000 and more views over the course of a day, which I highly doubt that actually, like, naturally happened, because those were original fics, and, I'm a nobody on DeviantArt, so it's like, I fucking doubt that they, naturally hit 1,000 views. But with the Terraqua fic, I'm like, I can believe it more, because it actually took, like, almost a week to get around to it, so I'm like, okay. And then on Tumblr, it's 11 notes, which is not surprising to me, because, Tumblr hates writers. I still post on there because technically that is my biggest platform, but still. But then, of course, later tonight after the stream is over, I gotta queue up my next fanfic to post on all platforms again this week, and then next week I gotta do it again. And then after that, I can finally take a break from the plane of living. But, in the meanwhile, I finally got to play, or get started on Fire Emblem Fates, Birthright. And, it's been a trip. Like, let me see here, I got my DS. Like, in terms of where I'm at in the story, I finished chapter 8 last night. And I'm waiting to start chapter 9. I gotta get all my units up to level 10 before I think about it. And I can do that. I can put my things in the description. Not now, because I'm busy, but I can do that. Or hell, I could just give links in the chat, if that'll help. But as I was saying with Fates, it's an interesting thing. I'm not gonna lie, it is actually taking me a little bit longer to get into Fates than it did for Awakening. Probably because I know that, like, Fates is a divisive game in the fandom. And I understand why, like, wow, they're, like, the very idea of being able to marry your blood siblings, like, it's bad enough you can marry your like, your adoptive siblings, but your birth siblings? That's weird. That's weird. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't. That's weird. But, but it's been a trip, and I already have 16 people in my army. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, I had 30 people at the end of my Awakening playthrough. And that was excluding Tharja, Kellen, Noir, and the DLC characters, obvious Spot Pass characters. Like, I had 30 people in that game. How many people am I gonna get for this if I'm already, like, halfway to... If I'm already halfway to my entire army size in Awakening, and I'm not even, and I still have more characters to get, because I still have the rest of the, okay, because I still have, the rest of my characters to get to, what the fuck is the word? I still have to get the rest of the, main story characters, and then I gotta get the kids. And I'm like, what reason is there for the kids in this thing? Like, at least with Awakening, it's like, well, your kids come after the time skip, and they're from the bad future, so they're trying to prevent that from happening again. But you know, because there was time travel shenanigans going on in Awakening. But why the fuck are you able to get kids in Fates? But, last night, after I finished Chapter 8, I, did my thing with building stuff in my fort, my castle, and I found I built something called the accessory shop. I went to it because I'm like, wait, accessories? And it turns out you can put accessories on your characters and they reflect in the models. I'm like, that's interesting. But then they have a costume where you can put your characters in a bath towel, and that's it. Like, they're just wearing a bath towel, and I'm like, that's a little weird. And then, of course, I clicked something, and I saw my corn in lingerie, and I'm just like, it's a good fucking thing I'm of age, because this is creepy otherwise. Like, granted, this is my player character, obviously, I know this, and I made my character look like an adult. At least, I did the best I could in that regard. And not gonna lie, I was like, this is kinda hot, not gonna lie. Why is Corn hot in the black underwear? But it's like... But thankfully, I only saw Corn in the lingerie. I didn't see anyone else, because I'm like, this is a little fucking weird. And I haven't been back there since. But now I have all my units asking me if I can put accessories on them, and I'm like, why the fuck do I have to put accessories on these people? Like, what use is there for it? Yeah, a bath towel is not suited for combat, and I'm hoping to God that it's not gender locked to the women. Because if it is, that's just creepy. Like, it's creepy regardless, the fact that you could put any of your units into bath towels. And you can just send them off to combat like that. But I'm hoping to God it's at least equal. It's like, please let the men be in bath towels as well, like, as well, and not just the women. Because if it's just the women, I'm legit gonna be like, this game was made by horny-ass people. And I have to question their, like, mindsets when they were making this. But then again, it's funny to say that, like, oh, Fates had horny-ass people when it's like, bitch, Corn is barefoot throughout the entire game, and I have no reason as to why that is. Like, my character, my avatar is barefoot, and I legit cannot think of any reason why that is. Like, why? At first I thought it was because, like, oh, it's so that they can transform into a dragon, right? But the thing is, though, is that I need a dragon stone for that. So it's, you know, so it's the same as other Fire Emblem games, but why am I barefoot? Like, Naui and Na didn't have to be barefoot in order to transform into dragons. And also, it's really fucking weird how Fates classifies dragons, because it's like, Naui and Na from Awakening look like actual dragons. but I look like an equine dragon. Like, I look like a horse dragon. I mean, granted, it is a unique design for a dragon, because as far as I know, I have never heard of another dragon, you know, with the anatomy and shit of a horse. But it's still weird. I don't know, like, it's something I'm gonna have to discuss with Eric, because, God, I haven't even told him that I've been playing Fates yet, and I got a lot of questions to ask him. But yeah, so I've been playing Fates. Yeah, not wearing yeah, like, being barefoot in the battlefield is fucking awful. Especially because, like, my character is going up mountains while barefoot. I'm like, why is this a thing? What the fuck am I doing here? But, it was fucking hilarious though too. I was playing the prologue and I did my usual thing where I'm just like scouting out all the characters and I'm like, and a lot of the characters, unlike Awakening, they're not as interesting to me, like design wise. Like, if anything, I mean, to be honest, I was using the prologue more as like scouting for a husband because I'm like, bitch, I'm still gonna get married. But the thing is I looked at all the potential suitors I could get in Awakening, in Birthright, and I only found one that I'm like, this seems fine. And I don't even think it's a character that a lot of people like either. I mean, listen, I think one of the few good things about playing Birthright is that Birthright has a lot of characters that just fit my preference. And I mean, in Awakening I had Kraben, but that was because like I had seen so much ship art of, you know, Crom and Robin together that I was like, okay, I'll see what it's like. And I really liked it. I really like Kraben. Though I imagine that, like, in terms of, like, Crom and male Robin, it's probably, the ship is a lot more meaningful because even though I like, you know, Crom and female Robin together, their support conversations up to the S rank, they were tropey. They were tropey. I'm not gonna sit there and deny that they weren't. They were. You know, but still. What am I thinking of here? Actually, wait a minute. I'm debating whether or not I should drop my. I think what I might do, like, Plush, if you're still asking for my my writing stuff, I can just drop my AO3 link real quick, because that is where all my works are listed. So whoops. So, yeah. There's my AO3 link. Alright, we've been going for almost 25 minutes. And, I'm trying to think of, like, what else is there? Also, I suspect tonight's probably going to be a bit of a slower night. Oh, before we get into the game, I do have to warn that just like last time, we may experience some lag or buffering, because Because as I said, my brother, his girlfriend, and her son have moved in with us and will not be moving out for probably another few weeks. And because of the fact that we are dealing with a 6-year-old child, or I'm dealing with a 6-year-old child, who, by the way, has been utter hell on my autism. There are probably going to be moments where the stream will probably buffer or drop frames or whatever. And I just want to preemptively apologize for that, but there's nothing I can do for it, unfortunately. But, hopefully you understand. Alright, anyway, let's just get started, shall we? Yes, Firefox, I know. Alright, let's get that out of the way. Ugh. It's never an Airi stream unless I have to update Steam. You know what? It's like, last week, or at least on Monday. Yeah, it was Monday. My power went out like 4 fucking times that day. Like, all in the course of an hour. 'Cause it's like... And it's like, the first time I wasn't mad about it. 'Cause it's like, it was storming. So, it was to be expected. The second time was annoying. Because, my computer, I had just gotten my computer up and running. I was in the midst of scrolling through Tumblr when it went out again. But then the third time, I was pissed. Like, I had just gotten my computer, like, turned on again and just set Chrome up, and it went out again. And then for the next, like, 5 minutes, it just kept flickering on and off, and I was just, like, getting really fucking frustrated. And then it didn't come back on till almost an hour and a half later. And the thing is, though, is that it is summer. You know, it had just turned summer. And it's like, obviously I have the AC on because it's hot as fuck. So it's like, oh my god, I'm literally dying of heat right here. I'm literally dying of heat. Well, that's good. Sometimes the algorithm will just favor you on, like, sometimes you'll just get lucky and have the algorithm favor you, you know? That's good. Oh my god, it's so annoying. God, I really need to figure out a way to not have YouTube censor, chat messages, because it's like... Because the thing is that, I mean, I understand why YouTube has, like, has a censoring feature for chat and all that, but it's like, I wish there was a way I could, like, kind of disable that so I'm not constantly clicking on the chat window and having it, and having to accept the messages for them to come through, you know? Like, they hold the comments, like, basically, and the censored messages only show up when, I guess, you're cussing. Like, when you have a cuss word in there and it's spelled right. Is this my game capturing window? Yes. Alright, let me go get my controller. I mean, granted, it's like, if there were any messages that were containing, like, harmful stuff, like ableism, homophobia, transphobia, etc., obviously I wouldn't accept those messages, and if I saw anyone like posting those kinds of messages, I would give them a warning. But then after that, it's a ban, because I don't tolerate that shit in my streams. All right. Like, I don't tolerate that kind of shit on my streams. Okay. But if you're just cussing, then it's like, alright, whatever. Like, am I really gonna get on someone for cussing when I do it, like, every other sentence? Alright. Okay. Alright. Last audio check before we continue on. I'm looking at OBS and it's clear that I am louder than the game, but is the game audio okay? Well, I'm just saying that it's not your fault. It's just YouTube being weird. Because YouTube wants to be for the kids, don't you know? Despite the fact that, kids younger than 13 shouldn't be on YouTube in the first place. I know that back in 2015, no shit, 2015 you were an adult, Airi, but I know that back in, like, 2005 or 6, I was below 10. Okay, good. You know, granted, I think YouTube was probably really good with the protection of kids back in the early days, but now it's like, well, people can upload literal garbage up on YouTube, and YouTube won't bat a fucking eye. But if it's just queer creators uploading, you know, anything LGBT plus related, you know, they get demonetized and hidden from everybody. You know, because seriously, YouTube fucking hates any LGBT plus creators. Like, seriously, they claim they're progressive, but it's like, dude, they fucking hate us. All right. Like, just watch any, like, queer creator on YouTube who has talked about this. Like, I think they can come to the consensus that YouTube just hates us, you know? And I say us because I am part of it. Like, I've talked about my orientation before and all that. I've just never made any, like, straight up videos talking about it. Like, I've talked about it here and there, but it's like, oh, but I've never really, like, it's never really been relevant. It's always been, like, brought up as a tangent. Alright, so where we left off last time was that, we started case 4, Edgeworth got arrested for murder, and we're his defense attorney, obviously, because who the hell are we to leave our love interest in jail? And it turns out that the victim in this case is, I was gonna say an old friend of Edgeworth's, is someone from Edgeworth's past, and it turns out that, Edgeworth's father, Gregory Edgeworth, who was a defense attorney, like we are, got shot and killed with Edgeworth in front of Edgeworth when he was a boy in an elevator in the courthouse. And the victim in this current case, the case that Edgeworth is being charged for murder for, was the defense attorney that got the suspect in Gregory's murder off the hook. And it's throughout this case that we also met Edgeworth's mentor, Manfred von Karma, and he is an absolute dickhead. You know, and he's an absolute just monster. So then we met Lotta Hart, who turned out to be fuck all to the investigation, and instead just decided to make like a drama tuber and run. And then of course we met the other witness to the murder. We don't know his name, but he is the caretaker of the boat rental shop. And let's just say he's not all there. You know, let's just say he's not all there. Like, he might have dementia. So yeah, and then of course we left off with Phoenix, you know, taking I was gonna say a break. Granted, Phoenix needs a break. But, Phoenix is instead, looked over, you know, research into DL6, which is, the case number for Gregory's, murder case, sorry. And, yeah. So we're gonna be heading into the second day of trial, and then we're gonna be finishing out the rest of case 4 tonight, so let's get started. Let's see. This was it. Oh yeah, I remember last time I had to save multiple times because there was a storm going on, and I was like, oh shit. Alright. December 27th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. There's Dracula himself. Okay. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Alright, now, I remember last time, I was having such a hard time trying to keep Von Karma's voice consistent. I don't think I'm gonna go as deep as I was trying to in the beginning, because that's just gonna hurt my throat. But I'm still gonna try my best to, like, you know, keep it in a way that's not gonna kill me. Very well. Very well. Apparently the prosecution is also ready. Who is the judge here anyway? Mr. Von Karma, your opening statement. Very well. No opening statement, so... Igari. Okay. Not so fast, Judge. I was taking a meaningful pause before speaking. Right, of course. Sure. A prediction. Today's trial will end 3 minutes from 3... Okay. Trying to keep an accent too is hard. Today's trial will end 3 minutes from now. 3 minutes, okay. Order! Mr. Von Karma, what is the meaning of your statement just now? What the fuck do you think, Judge? Igari. I'm still gonna do that though, because it's fun. Bah, must you question everything? It will be over in 3 minutes. We have no time to waste. I'll call my witness now. Right. I think the only way to keep my accent consistent is I'm gonna have to read Von Karma's lines slower than the rest, cause I gotta actually put effort. I call my witness, my decisive witness, to this stand. There we go. It's that mysterious boat shop owner. Alright. Sorry if you can hear Layla whimpering in the background. She gets really excited when it comes to new people. And when they don't pay attention to her, she just complains, so... Witness, state your profession. Ah! Oh! I am the proprietor of the restaurant The Wet Noodle at Gourd Lake. And I also rent boats. The night of the incident, you were in the boat rental shop, correct? Yup, I was. Please testify. Wait a second. We still haven't heard who this old guy is. Yeah, we need to know who he is. Igiari! Wait a minute. The witness hasn't stated his name yet. Igiari. Because I did not ask him, Mr. Wright. Bah! I have predicted this trial will end in 3 minutes. Stop asking trivial questions and cooperate. Yeah, right. Alrighty, we're off to a great start. The witness will state his name. Oh! He is a little, I mean, listen, he could have had an entire bottle of sake before coming to the trial. You never know. Well, I'm not really sure, yup. What do you mean? My memory. Your Honor, the witness does not remember anything beyond the last several years. Ergo, he cannot recall his own name. Name. Yeah. He can't recall, you say? Then why the you know, in American trials at least, this wouldn't even, if he can't even do that, then it's like, how credible can he be to being a witness? Like, to be a witness, you need to have a lot of credibility. And if you can't even state your name, it's like, bruh, he could be delusional. Yes, but the incident in question took place 3 days ago. He can testify. Very well. I guess we'll just go with it. Kangaroo court. Let's hear his testimony then, shall we, witness? Shall we? Wait. Okay, well, let me redo that. Let's hear his testimony then, shall we? Witness? Witness testimony the night of the murder. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. It was the night of the 24th, just after midnight, yup. I was in the restaurant, where I, rent boats as usual. Then I heard a bang, yup. Yeah, right? No DNA test, no past documents. Well, I don't, like, okay, I don't know what it's like trying to get witnesses, like, I don't know, like, what the prosecution does to, prepare witnesses for trial, but it's like, you want to make sure that your witness is who they say they are, and all that. Like, perform a background check so that they appear credible, you know? Credibility is everything in a trial. Then I heard a bang! Yup! And that's it! Oh, wait, no. When I looked out the window, I saw a boat just a-floating on the lake! Then I heard another bang! Just about then, the boat comes back to shore and a man walks by my window! I gotta go back to sleep! I have narcolepsy! Very well. I'd like to begin the cross-examination. Igiari. There is nothing to question in my witness's testimony. Yeah, that's also really important. I mean, granted, I guess, like, with kids, it's different, you know? But then again, it's like, I don't think I think, like, a lot of the times prosecution will avoid putting kids on the stand because, you know, they're kids. And, you know, and granted, I don't know what it's like being on the stand, but from what a lot of people say, it's, I guess, like, when it comes to, like, being put on the stand, like, you know, depending on what witness you are, like, the other side will try to rip your testimony to shreds. You know? Ergo, no need for cross-examination. Besides, there are only 10 seconds left before our 3 minutes are up. Judge, your verdict now.
Yes.
No?
Mr. Wright?
Yes, I'm gonna cross-examine! Bitch, that's my job! What are you saying? Of course I'll cross-examine the witness, you old fuck!
Very well, you may begin. Excuse me? Mr. Von Karma?
3 minutes just passed. Jesus Christ.
I see. Well then, let's just take our time. You may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix is like, holy shit, did you see that, Maya? Cross-examination. Alright. It was the night of the 24th, just after midnight, up? Chota! Just after midnight, you say? Up, just around then. Are you sure? Pretty sure, up. When I talked to you yesterday, you were rather vague about the time. I'm surprised you seem so sure about it today. Don't question things you don't know, Sonny!
Igiari.
Excuse me. I asked him and he remembered. Isn't that right? The audacity of this old bitch. Sorry, I really love the idea. I really love that line. The audacity of this old bitch. Don't glare at me like that, you old cunt! I remembered it clearly. I did, up. You see, continue. Dude, you literally had to badger him. I was in the restaurant where I rent boats as usual. I mean, granted, if this were California, he could potentially run a restaurant, like a seafood restaurant. Out of this. Chota! Oh wow, I'm all over the place today. Is there anyone who can verify that? Well, I guess Paula could. That's not good enough for a court of law.
Mr. Wright, exactly what's not good enough?
Your Honor, this Polly is a parrot.
A parrot?
Don't be so hard on the girl, Keithy boy.
Keith? Iggy, shut up.
The prosecution concedes that we cannot provide the witness was in the shop. Prove. Why did I say provide? Prove. Excuse me. Witness, please continue. Then I heard a bang. Chota! And where did the bangs seem to come from? Oh! From the lake, I figure. Are you certain? Yep. Good. Continue. Well, in the last stream, the old man called Phoenix Keith and Maya Meg. So I'm assuming those are his kids. When I looked out the window, I saw a boat just a-floating on the lake. Chota! Was there someone in the boat? It was pretty far out there. I couldn't see clearly. But I figured there was 2 men out there, yup. But you couldn't see them clearly. Yup. At the time, that is. At the time. Then I heard another bang. Choto! So you heard 2 gunshots total. Yup! That's what Lotta said in her testimony yesterday. Just about then, the boat comes back to shore and a man walks by my window. Choto! By your window? Yup, by my window! Right outside the window of my little shack. And could you see the man's face? Well, the fog was pretty darn thick, but he was right there in front of me. I saw him.
This is a rather important detail. Please add it to your testimony.
Alright. I have a bad feeling about this. Uh-oh. But we gotta progress through the game. That man was the defendant. He was saying, I can't believe he's dead. Choto! Are you sure? Uh-oh. Dad! Oh! Dead certain, Keith! He said I can't believe he's dead as he was walking by, too! Well, shit. That ain't good at all. They probably should have, make sure he wasn't high. But I mean, that's the thing though too, is that like they should have done it at the beginning of the trial. Like, I feel like if a witness was displaying any signs of being, you know, high or drunk or whatever, like, they would immediately check to see, like, you know, first off, to confirm it, and secondly, how much, you know? Or, like, at least when it's, like, drunkenness, like, you can test blood alcohol, I think. Witness, are you sure that the person you saw was Miles Edgeworth? It was him! That Edgeworth boy! Oh, shit. Oh my god, I can't believe he's dead. Also, we're fucked.
This sounds like decisive evidence indeed. I see no room for doubt.
Karma, you bastard! He lured me into cross-examining so he could set me up for a fall. Nick! I don't like the way things are going here! Well, neither do I, Maya! Everyone in the courtroom is glaring at us! I'd better act quick or this trial is going to be over. Iggyati! Your Honor, we proved in yesterday's trial that it could not have been Edgeworth who fired that gun.
Iggyati.
Mr. Wright, are you referring to the fingerprints from Edgeworth's right hand found on the gun, and the photograph showing a man firing with his left hand? Exactly! That is easily explainable. He could have wiped his prints after he fired. You are ignoring the truth of the matter here. Everything in this witness's testimony is true. The judge is lost in thought. What should I do? Iggyari! I gotta keep doing this. Your Honor. This witness, wow, I'm starting to get his accent here, sorry. This witness claims that Edgeworth said, I can't believe he's dead. But his word is all we have. If he were telling a lie...
Iggyati.
Mr. Wright, in a court of law, the evidence tells all. Apparently, you have yet to realize even this basic fact. If you say his testimony is a lie, show us proof. Ugh.
Nick, do we have evidence?
It's no good. There's nothing I can do.
Are you sure?
To be honest, I don't know what to do anymore.
Please. Can you hear me, sis? Please. We need your help. Nick needs you.
Doesn't matter in court if they look weird. They just have to offer credible evidence. 3 minutes was perhaps too high an expectation. However, 15 minutes isn't bad. This must be a new record.
Enough. The witness may leave the stand.
I'm already asleep, Judge.
This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts.
What? No!
This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth,
guilty.
The accused will surrender to the court immediately, to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date.
There we go.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Well, shit. Guess we lost. Except no, we didn't! Wait!
Who was that just now?
Me!
Huh? Wah! Larry!
What are you doing here?
Listen, you gotta listen to me. I was there in the park the night of the murder. I wasn't sure about it until just yesterday. But today I remembered it.
Remembered what?
The gunshot. I heard it today. I heard it too. Oh dear. This is our saving grace.
Order!
Oh no, this bitch getting wild. You're right.
Iggyati.
What is the meaning of this? The verdict has been decided. I call for adjournment.
One moment, Mr. Von Karma. So, you say you heard a gunshot?
Yeah, I did. A gunshot. That night. I was sitting here in the audience listening to the testimony. Then I realized something he said was different from what I remember. Anyhow, I can't just sit here and let you call Edgy a murderer. It's just not right. I'll testify. Let me testify. Well, shit. Da 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 da.
Order! Order! Well, this is the first time something has happened like this in my court. I'm not quite sure how to proceed.
Excuse me. Judge, you've already given your decision. Yeah, right! Too bad it doesn't stay like that. The trial is over.
Nick! Nick! This is it! Larry's given us one final chance at this!
She's right. If only it wasn't Larry. can make things even worse.
Mr. Edgeworth was just declared guilty, Nick! It doesn't get any worse than this!
You're right. Okay. Alright, Lawrence. Your Honor. If there is another witness, it is our duty to hear him speak. Right here, right now. A waste of time. The verdict cannot be overturned.
Allow me to speak my opinion. In all court proceedings, it is our duty to prevent an inaccurate verdict. In order to make sure no mistake has been made, every witness should be heard.
What is this? Well, shit.
I withdraw my previous verdict of guilty.
Hell yeah! Oh, Lord.
Mr. Von Karma, I order you to call this new witness to testify. Now!
What?! I mean, fair, though.
The court will adjourn for a 5-minute recess. After that, we will hear this new witness. Court is adjourned.
Oh, shit. Well then. Yeah, you're right. Too bad it doesn't fucking work. December 27th, 10:28 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Wait, it only took us less than a half hour to get all that shit done? That was too close. Sorry to keep you on the edge of your seat like that, Edgeworth. I've seen worse. Yeah, right, Edgeworth. You're sweating bullets. Well, can you blame me, Wright? I just wonder what Larry plans to say in there.
Larry was at the lake. Larry was at the lake that night?
Yeah. He said he went looking for the steel samurai balloon that flew into the lake.
Oh, right! And he found the balloon in the air tank that night?
Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth. Huh? You say something, right? Yeah, a lot of things. You seem out of it. What's wrong? I gotta act like a concerned boyfriend. It's nothing.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
What's that?
Why are your fingerprints on the murder weapon?
I mean, that's a good question. Oh. I mean, that's a fair question. When he fell into the lake, I went into a daze. I couldn't understand what had happened. I couldn't think straight. Then I saw the pistol lying on the floor in the boat in front of me. I picked it up without thinking, like an absolute buffoon. I didn't have a reason, really. I gotta sit up straight, man.
I see.
Right. Yeah? This might be our chance. Our chance? Von Karma has only ever run perfect trials. Perfect trials? Perfectly prepared witnesses. Perfectly complete evidence. That's the secret to his success. This is the first time he's ever had to deal with something unexpected. He has to let someone he hasn't even talked to testify before the court. And that someone is Larry. What are you getting at? It's likely his testimony will be full of holes, right?
right, Nick. No 10-minute trial this time. We'll milk this one for all it's worth.
Hey, it was 15 minutes. 15! Everything's on Larry now. Man, I did not prepare for this case at all. Not case, stream at all. Like, I didn't pretend to be an Audible user, and I think that's actually fucking me right now. December 27th, 10:35 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session. Witness, please testify to the court about everything that you saw on the night of December 24th.
Right. Leave it to me.
Please, Larry, don't fuck this one up. I hate to admit it, but you're our last chance.
Von Karma didn't even have time to prep his witness. I just hope Edgeworth is right about this being our big break. Alright, witness testimony the night of the murder. They're not a good prosecutor. Well, I think it's because usually, at least in American court, and I'm only getting this from like, you know, exaggerated, courtroom dramas, basically. The thing with, witnesses is that the prosecution has to prepare them, and the thing is that they have to listen to their testimony before they go up on the stand to make sure that it helps build their case and all that. You know, so I don't think it's so much like him not being able to handle unpredictable witnesses. I think it's because, like, this is an unprecedented, this is basically like this was an unexpected, this was an unexpected, you know, incident to occur. You know, and honestly, I think in real American court, this would not be allowed. Like, point blank, this would not be allowed. Like, if Larry did the kind of shit he did in real life, he'd probably be escorted out by the bailiff. It's only because this is Phoenix Wright that Larry can get away with doing this. The night of the murder.
That night, I was out in the boat on the lake.
Yeah, come on, don't... Yeah, Phoenix is literally begging Larry, like, please don't put my potential boyfriend in jail. Because that's the thing, they aren't dating. Like, I know I'm playing it up. In this, but believe me when I say that I think a lot of Naramitsu shippers would not believe that Phoenix and Miles are dating at this point. Like, it's gonna take a long time for them to date, is what I'm saying.
I was looking for something and I found it. So I quietly slipped the boat back in at the rental shop dock. Then, just as I was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. I looked out over the lake, but I didn't see a boat. So after I heard that single gunshot, I went home. That was an unusually vague testimony, even for this court. In any case, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong, Nick?
It's Larry! I have no idea what he's going to say if I press him. I'm a little scared.
Well, we've come this far. There's no way to go before, Nick.
Pretty much, it's like, listen, we are in the hole here, we gotta get out of it. Alright. That night, I was out in a boat on the lake.
Chota! Something wrong, Mr. Wright.
There were so many things wrong, I don't know where to begin. Well, okay. First of all, what time was it?
Oh, it was after 11 o'clock when I went out in the boat. By that time, everyone had gone home for the night. So I waited until the coast was clear, so to speak.
And why were you out on a boat at such a late hour? Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I know that, like, in real life, like, trials can take a really long time to, like, come together and, you know, be decided, you know? Like, earlier in this series, you know, I asked, like, what was the longest trial ever in American history, and Yuki looked it up and said that the longest was 7 years, I think. So, that is a good point. I mean, granted, I mean, the thing is, though, is that you kind of have to depend on the witnesses to show up, you know, in order to give their testimony. You know, but even that, you know, but the thing is, though, is that, with don't get me wrong when I say, like, yeah, witness statements are considered evidence, but I don't think they're decisive evidence, like, unless, like, they really, like, are damning, you know? Because, because a lot of people, you know, because a lot of courtroom dramas also do this whole thing where, you know, because we are only human, you know, and our memories aren't perfect. You know, like, sometimes we can get details wrong or we misidentify something. You know, so it's like, while eyewitness statements are considered evidence, like, I don't think you should bank on it, you know? Unless, like, it's really damning, you know? Anyway, I was looking for something and I found it. Chotto! Looking for something?
Yeah. Mr. Butts, what was it you were looking for? Igiari.
What the witness was searching for is irrelevant. Most likely he was hunting for this Goldie.
That's surprisingly close to the truth in a sense.
This is all irrelevant. Let's get it over with.
So I quietly slipped the boat back in at the rental shop dock. Chotto! Around what time was that?
Well, let's see. I figure I was out searching for about an hour. I guess it was around 12 o'clock, yeah. You're not sure? Hey, don't give me that face! I'm not some sort of human sundial, okay?
Me? People use watches these days, Larry.
Damn it, Larry. Why are you such a fuck-up? Then, just as I was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. Chotto! Where did the sound come from?
Excuse me. Yeah, well, I wasn't too sure about that. I looked around, you know. Did you look at the lake? Yeah, I looked.
I looked out over the lake, but I didn't see a boat. Chotto! Wasn't there a boat on the lake?
Not when I was there. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Butts.
Whoa, whoa!
Everybody just calm down, okay? I mean, it was real foggy that night. I'm not sure whether there was a boat out there or not.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Larry. Oh, okay. No problem. That's just the most important part of this case! Damn it, Larry, you fucking bastard! Even Von Karma's like, you fucking dumbass. So after I heard that single gunshot, I went home. Chotto! So you only heard one bang, correct?
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, Nick?
It was a pretty wishy-washy testimony, wasn't it? I guess I should just start working on the contradictions.
Sorry. I wish I could be more helpful. I wish I could call my sister.
Oh, are we back at the testimony? Okay. I'm just gonna check the court record real quick. Larry, please, I'll help you. It's like, bitch, please. Just don't ruin this case. Yeah, right? That's all, it's like, okay, I see the problem, We gotta go all the way back. Alright, I think I know. The thing is that he came home. He came back after midnight, but yet, and he said he only heard one gunshot. However, Lana said she heard 2 gunshots after midnight, so... Iggyati! Wait a sec, Larry. What? You only heard one bang? You're sure? Well, speaking of bangs, that's what I said. There's fireworks going off. But Miss Lotta Hart testified yesterday that she heard 2 bangs. And the old man just now said the same thing. They both heard 2 gunshots that night. Huh? Were you even listening? Were you paying attention at all to what they said? Yo, Nick, please! Huh? You know, something's been bothering me. I'm a witness, see? I'm like a customer here. So you gotta treat me nice and stuff, okay? I'm going to strangle this man. I'm going to kill a man tonight.
Mr. Butts, shut up for a moment.
What?
You only heard 1 gunshot. Are you sure?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure. I'm going to jail! Because I'm gonna fucking jump over this desk and strangle Larry! Not sure? How could you not be sure?
Yeah, well, I might have missed the other gunshot. I was, listening to something else.
Something else?
My radio, dude! With my headphones!
This is the moment I think everyone is just like, I'm going to strangle a man tonight. It's like, God? It's like, Lord, help. Lord, help me, please. Because I'm going to kill someone tonight.
Order! Order! And stop that booing!
Sorry, I'm checking stuff right now.
Mr. Butts! You were listening to the radio with your headphones.
Yeah! So what? That a crime? I listen to my radio. Everybody listens to the radio. What's the big deal? I have a Walkman. No murder allowed, at least not in the courtroom. Yeah, that's a good point. We can't murder inside the courtroom. We'll just go outside and then we'll strangle him.
Mr. Von Karma, your opinion?
What do you think, Judge? Waste of time. I do not accept this witness nor his shoddy testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, should he continue the testimony?
Yeah.
Your Honor, please allow the witness to continue his testimony.
Bah! Nothing is more pitiful than a lawyer who doesn't know when he's lost.
Very well, Mr. Butts. Please give your testimony and be sure to include details like your radio.
Right, leave it to me! I wouldn't if there were any other way out of this. Dear Lord, help. This is what I mean when I say, like, Phoenix needs a break. Witness testimony, what Larry heard. Alright. It's lonely being alone on Christmas Eve. That's why I was listening to an all requests show on the radio, see? I was listening to a real booming loud like. But I'm sure I heard that gunshot. I remember exactly what the DJ was saying when I heard it too. Excuse me.
You were listening to your radio at a high volume.
Yeah, what's the big problem? I mean, admittedly, I listen to my music at a loud volume too. Granted, I'd probably end up deaf at the end of my life. Can't a man listen to his radio in peace? Isn't this a free country? God, I truly believe Larry has no idea what the problem here is. God, man, I've seen Free Crunchy. That's it. Yeah, America is a crunchy treat. I mean, admittedly, it's like, God, I've seen Free Country listed with so many assholes on the internet lately that I'm like, bruh, America ain't free. It's just better than everything else by only a margin.
Judge, can you believe a word this witness says? What he heard was probably nothing more than a drumbeat from the radio.
True enough, it is difficult to believe this testimony.
Iggy! Listen, that's all I've got. Wait, Your Honor. The witness said he remembers exactly what the DJ said when he heard the gunshot.
Excuse me? DJ?
An announcer. The guy who says things on the radio. Anyway, what this means is when he heard the sound, no music was playing. The DJ only talks between songs, so he could have heard the gunshot from the lake. I'd like to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Wright.
I can't believe I'm continuing this charade. But I need this to save my honey from jail. Alright. I mean, to be honest, like, listen, I like my fried food, alright? I like, seriously, when it comes to chicken, I love biting crunchy chicken. It's good. Or at least a crunchy chicken skin. That's good. That's really good. God, now I want fucking fried chicken. I don't get it very often. Alright. It's lonely being alone on Christmas Eve. Don't I fucking know it? And I'm saying this as Airi. Chota! Phoenix has a hubby. So you turned on the radio. Right! I just wanted to hear someone's voice, you know? You don't know what it's like out there alone on Christmas Eve. Alone! Bitch, I've lived it for the past 23 years of my life. I'm perfectly fine. I shouldn't have said anything. Meanwhile, Phoenix is like, at least I get to spend it with my future husband. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't say husband. I remember in a throwaway line, Edgeworth does say he never wants to be married, so... That's why I was listening to an all requests show on the radio, see? Choto! Do you by any chance remember the name of the program you were listening to?
Iggy.
This has nothing to do with the case, Your Honor.
Your Honor. Your Honor. Ugh.
Objection sustained. The witness was listening to the radio. That is all we need to know. Tell us, Mr. Butts, how loud was your radio set to that night?
All the way up, baby! I was listening to it real booming loud like. Chota! Real booming loud?
Yeah, you know. And you had headphones on.
Yup.
I wouldn't think you could hear anything going on outside at all.
Well, listen, sometimes you can. I've listened to it. But I'm sure I heard that gunshot. Chota! I'm a fucking loser. Yeah, but you could probably get someone, you know, if you, I mean, at least you're not an incel. Can you prove that? No. No, of course you can't.
No, I can't prove it. But I remember that moment real clear. I mean, while I was talking about it, it came back real clear to me, you know?
I remember exactly what the DJ was saying when I heard it too. Chota! What did she say?
Iggyari.
Mr. Wright, please cease these pointless questions. What possible good could knowing what a radio DJ said do us?
Indeed, Mr. Von Karma has a point. I'll allow the question only if you see some reason why we should care.
We should care.
We should care, Your Honor. Of course we should. Why?
Well, how do you know if we don't ask,
Fine, very well. Mr. Butts, please testify to the court. What was the radio announcer saying when you heard the gunshot?
Just when she said, hey, it's almost Christmas, I heard the gunshot. Chota!
Are you sure?
Course I am! She had this real sexy voice.
I mean, granted, I would fall to my knees. Maybe Von Karma was right. I'm not sure how that helped us at all. This is the most ludicrous testimony I've ever heard. But there's one gleaming ray of hope in there. I've got to press it until we get to the bottom of what happened. La 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 low 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 la 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 la. I mean, I know what the problem is, I just don't know what the evidence is to present it. That's definitely not it. I'm gonna save real quick, because I know the logic, I know the answer, I just don't know what the evidence is. I don't think it's this. Is it this, maybe? I mean, the thing is that Larry is saying that it's when the DJ said it was almost Christmas that he heard the gunshot. But the thing is, though, is that, the time this photo was taken, it was on the 25th. It was on Christmas. But the thing is that Larry heard the gunshot when it was almost Christmas. Iggyari! Okay, so I was right. Usually a good indicator when you can tell if you're right is when the music stops. Larry, are you absolutely sure what you're saying is correct?
Huh? What's with the face? You look scary, dude. Hey, if you're trying to scare me, you better know I don't scare that easy. I may be a Shaggy clone, but at least I'm not a coward.
Yes, you are. You just don't want to say it.
Is something the matter, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, did you hear what the witness just said? The DJ said, hey, it's almost Christmas when he heard the gunshot. You'll see, you'll see.
Indeed. And?
Well, I don't understand how it can be a different time zone when it's like, I don't think radio works like that. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas.
Oh, here comes one of the memes of this series.
Do you realize what this means? When he heard the gunshot, it was still Christmas Eve.
Though it seemed to be the case, yes.
But he should have heard that gunshot after midnight. This photograph is irrefutable proof of this fact.
Let's see what the time was on the photo taken when the gun triggered Miss Hart's camera. 12:25:015. 15 minutes after midnight on Christmas Day.
This is a clear contradiction, Your Honor. Larry, you beautiful bastard, you fucking saved my boyfriend's life.
Order! Order! What does this mean? The two prior witnesses heard gunshots after midnight. However, this witness says he heard a gunshot before midnight.
Judge, the answer is simple. The current witness is plainly mistaken. Just look at him. Suspicious.
What? Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think about Mr. Butts' claim he heard the gunshot before midnight?
He's right. Larry's not mistaken, Your Honor. He heard that gunshot before midnight.
Intriguing. I'm assuming you have evidence for this vile claim. Show me evidence there was a gunshot before midnight.
Oh, this. Because look, it was taken at 11:50 p.m. on the 24th. Could I? Look at this photograph. Look at this graph! This was taken by a witness yesterday, Miss Lotta Hart, with her automatic camera. I was about ready to present the pistol. The timestamp on the photo reads December 24th, 11:50 p.m.
Oh? But there's nothing on the lake in this picture.
Your Honor, the real issue here is not why nothing is shown in this photograph. It is why this photograph exists at all.
What do you mean?
Your Honor, this photograph was taken by an automatic camera. That camera was set to go off in response to loud noises.
Aha!
Aha! Correct. There was a loud noise on the lake at 11:50 p.m. That is why this photograph was taken. In other words, when Larry heard that gunshot, it was most definitely still Christmas Eve.
Indeed, it would seem that is the case. Then, where does that leave us? Miss Hart testified that she heard the gunshots after midnight. Are you claiming she was mistaken?
Not at all, Your Honor. Not at all, Your Honor. It is a fact that the camera also triggered at 15 minutes after midnight. Your Honor, that night there were two sets of gunshots with a 25-minute pause between them. We're turning the case around.
Why would this be? Iggyati.
Don't be fooled, Judge. That camera was set to respond to loud noises. there is no proof that the loud noise at 11:50 was a gunshot. Why, the witness could have sneezed, triggering the camera.
Hey, my nose was clear that night, man. Clear! Well, Mr. Wright, there's no turning back now. Can you prove that the loud noise at 11:50 p.m. was indeed a gunshot? Please show the court evidence if you have any.
I think now was... Because, look at this. It said it fired 3 times. We know that 2 gunshots went off after midnight. Because, obviously, we have the photo that says that. And then there was another gunshot. Because of the testimony. However, the pistol would only reflect it the twice, you know? But this is 3 times. So I think this is it. Could I? This is my evidence. A gun!
The murder weapon?
Something about this pistol was bothering me, Your Honor. Both of the witnesses who testified yesterday heard 2 gunshots. However, the murder weapon was fired 3 times. When, then, was the last shot fired? Only now have I realized the truth. That 3rd shot was the shot Larry heard just before midnight. Plus, you're gonna have to explain to me what POG is. You're younger than me, probably? And I'm probably like a Zoomer boomer. Alright? I don't know what POG means. I've heard people say it before, I just don't know what the fuck it entails.
Order! That would make sense of the evidence we've seen so far. However, this leaves me wondering exactly what did happen that night on the lake.
Exactly. If this is true, there were 2 sets of gunshots separated by 25 minutes. One at 11:50, another at 15 minutes after midnight.
This is my evidence! A gun! Get on the fucking ground! Well, to be honest, they probably, like... I imagine that, like, when they're trying to present, like, a gun as a murder weapon, they presumably empty it so that it doesn't accidentally go off when you're trying to present it, you know?
Why, I ask you? Why? Uh-oh, I'd better think of something quick. Wait a second! Gunshots separated by 25 minutes.
Oh! Fuck!
What's wrong, Nick? I have it! I have it!
Huh?
Remember the case with the Steel Samurai?
Huh? Yeah, of course I remember.
The murderer in this case had the same idea as the murderer in that case.
What do you mean?
Maya!
Yes!
If we don't figure this out now, we'll never overturn Edward's guilty verdict. I've got a hunch, and I'm going to run with it.
Right! I mean, is this safe?
Safe? We've already gotten a guilty verdict. We have nothing else to lose. You just watch and let me know if I say anything that sounds fishy, okay?
Right, Nick!
They do hold the trial over the course of 3 days, but I don't think that's possible, because I imagine that, like, when they have evidence in court, right? Like, if the trial is over, I'm pretty sure they take it to a secure location. Like, I don't assume guards would be dumb enough to, or, like, guards or, like, you know, any police officers would be dumb enough to leave evidence behind to where it could potentially be stolen, you know? Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Mr. Wright.
The testimony just now has cleared up this entire case.
What do you mean, Mr. Wright?
So, you finally realize the truth. There can be no other murderer here than Miles Edgeworth himself.
Nah. Wrong, Von Karma. A man was shot that night, but it wasn't Edgeworth who did the shooting.
Listen, rookie. Take a deep breath and consider the facts. At the time of the murder, one boat was on that lake. This was shown by the witness's photograph. The defendant, Edgeworth, and the victim, Robert Hammond, were on that boat.
Yeah, guards are always armed. Guards are always armed. But then again, this is also Japanese court. You know, like, I know, I mean, again, in official Ace Attorney lore, this is Japanifornia, but this is really Japanese court, and in Japan, guns are outlawed. Like, I believe, if I remember right, the only way a Japanese citizen can have a gun, like, legally, is if they're a police officer. So, civilians normally would not have ammo on them, unless they were Yakuza. But even then, I don't believe they would allow Yakuza in a courtroom unless, you know, they were a witness or they can prove that they're not holding anything. Like, you're much more likely to see a stabbing in Japan in a courtroom than a shooting. Yeah, Karma's got some confidence. But I mean, again, he's got a reputation for it. Like, he did. Well, I don't want to say he earned his reputation, but he definitely has a reputation for being an asshole.
There was a gunshot fired on that boat, and Robert Hammond fell into the lake. The distance of the shooting was 1 meter. It couldn't have been suicide. Well, the guilty party has to be the other man on that boat.
I admit, it is hard to imagine any other possibility.
Yes. But this assumes that the victim was shot at 15 minutes after midnight.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? We have photographic evidence of the time of the shooting. The timestamp on the photo says 0:15.
But Larry heard a gunshot 25 minutes before that. Robert Hammond was killed then, 25 minutes before the shot on the lake. That's the only way that Edgeworth could be innocent.
Mr. Wright, are you quite mad? Explain who the two men on the boat are.
Edgeworth and the murderer, Edgeworth and Hammond, Edgeworth and the murderer. Of course, it was Edgeworth and the murderer. After the murderer killed Robert Hammond at 11:50, he assumed the guise of Mr. Hammond and met Edgeworth.
What? Are you serious?
Yes. Edgeworth won't tell us why he went to the lake that night. However, I have a hunch. That night, Robert Hammond called Edgeworth to the lake. Now, Edgeworth didn't know Robert Hammond's face that well. And the thing is that, is that even though Edgeworth knows who Robert Hammond is, they hadn't seen each other in 15 years, presumably. So of course he's not going to recognize who he is right away.
That's why he didn't suspect anything when the murderer took Robert Hammond's place.
I'm not sure what to make of all this.
Ludicrous.
Mr. Wright, tell us the name of the murderer then.
The murderer's name? Right. It's...
We don't know.
Actually, I don't know the murderer's name.
You don't know?
Bah! Again, you waste my time. I don't know because he never told us. The murderer is the caretaker of the boat shop, that old man. At 11:50, he was the one who killed Robert Hammond.
The caretaker of the boat shop? But where did he do this? There weren't any boats on the lake then.
Why would he have to go all the way out in the lake just to shoot someone? May I suggest that the real scene of this crime was not on a boat? I'm on a boat, motherfuckers, I'm on a boat.
What? Well then, where did the murder take place?
Yeah, he stuttered.
Show the judge where the murder really took place, kids!
Honestly, this was, I think, a teen-rated game at the time.
Could I? Here, of course, the boat shop where he lives. That way he can meet with the victim without anyone seeing.
You got it.
Do you have proof that the boat shop was the scene of the crime? Recall Larry's testimony, if you will.
I fucked around on that lake, dude, for an hour.
That night, he was out on the lake in a boat, searching for something. He finds it and returns the boat. Then, just as he's starting to head for home, he hears a gunshot. He heard a gunshot, Your Honor. Even though he was wearing headphones at the time. In other words, the gunshot was very, very close by.
I was hitting A.
And where would that be if he had just returned a boat?
The boat shop.
Hell yeah, we're getting close to the murderer, guys.
Mr. Wright, what happened that night on Gourd Lake? Please tell the court from the beginning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nick, are you sure about this?
Not really. But I think if I start at the very beginning, and I take it slow, I might just be able to figure this out.
I guess he did.
That night, the caretaker of the boat shop called Robert Hammond to his shop.
And then shot the bitch.
This was around 11:50. That was when the gunshot that Larry heard was fired. After that, the caretaker put on Robert Hammond's coat. He became Robert Hammond. Then he got in the boat with Edgeworth and went out into the middle of the lake.
Then who fired the pistol on the boat, Mr. Wright?
The boat shop caretaker.
Of course, it was the murderer who shot the pistol. He shot twice. Both missed Edgeworth on purpose.
Wait a minute.
Yes? Alright.
Why would he shoot twice if he didn't mean to hit anyone?
Details?
Know this, Mr. Wright. The moment you run out of explanations is the moment you lose. Tell us why the murderer had to fire twice.
To create a witness.
I believe he shot twice to create a witness, Your Honor.
Create a witness?
The murderer lifts his pistol and fires one shot. That ensures that anyone who heard the shot would look at the lake. Indeed, Miss Hart did exactly that after hearing the first gunshot. Next, the murderer waits a bit and he fires again. Then, he peaced the fuck out. The murderer jumps from the boat himself, leaving the pistol in the boat behind him. And then my honey, having a bit of a himbo moment for a moment, decides to pick up the pistol.
I see. To someone looking from the edge of the lake, it would appear that one of the men on the boat had shot the other.
The murderer didn't know about the automatic camera, of course. That's why he shot twice to draw attention to the boat. Once he realized that, everything else falls into place. The boat shop caretaker swam back to his shop. Then he put Mr. Hammond's wet coat back on the body, and threw the body into the lake. This is what happened, Your Honor. These are the events that transpired that night on Gourd Lake.
Bailiff! Bring out the witness from before. The boat shop caretaker, quickly!
Welp.
Very well. While we are waiting for the caretaker, I would like to ask the defendant Miles Edgeworth a few questions. Mr. Edgeworth, please take the stand.
Uh-oh. Probably like, why was he called out to the lake, right?
Mr. Edgeworth, you heard what the defense has said.
Yes.
Well, why did you go to the lake that night?
What Wright has said was mostly correct. Astonishingly so, actually. Yes. Several days ago, I received a letter. The letter was signed Robert Hammond. He asked me to come to the boat shop by the lake at midnight on Christmas Eve. He said he had something very important to discuss with me.
Something important?
I'm sorry. I can't say what it was.
Your Honor, sir! Bailiff, we are conducting a trial here. I ask that you remain quiet.
The witness has disappeared! He isn't at the boat shop either!
What?
What should I do?
Find him, quickly! We cannot allow him to get away!
Well, that escalated quickly. That escalated quickly.
Mr. Von Karma, your witness has disappeared!
A search warrant has already been issued.
It goes without saying that I cannot declare a verdict under these circumstances. I will extend the trial until tomorrow, the final day allowed. I request that the police department utilize all its forces to find that witness. Am I understood? One more thing. Just who is that boat shop caretaker? I think his identity has become very important to this trial. I want him, and I want to know who he is.
Oh, we're finally Excuse me. Oh, we're finally getting allowed that?
Very well. Court is adjourned.
Oh, we should have done this before! So the court made an oopsie today. Alright. December 27th, 1:22 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Yay, Nick! You did it!
Yeah. Well, at least we got out from under that guilty verdict.
And what about Larry? That was something else! Even Von Karma didn't know what to do with his testimony. Larry really helped us out!
Sure, once I sifted through his unique testimony. Still, he did save us. I just wish our cases weren't so down to the wire all the time.
I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel like it's us on trial instead of our clients.
Hey, Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Did you say something?
Don't look so pained. I mean, it looks like you're probably going to get off the hook. You can try to smile just a little. Relax.
I'm sorry. But... excuse me. But... I fear it's not over for me yet. What do you mean? Right. There's something that's been troubling me for a long time now. And I don't know whether or not to tell you. Edgeworth? No. There's so little time left. I want to tell you, to get it off my chest, but... Man, if I didn't know the context behind this, you would be like, what the fuck are you trying to say to me, baby? It's like you're trying to confess your love to me. I can't make up my mind. What is this about, Edgeworth? It's a nightmare I've had. A memory of a crime that I committed. A crime you committed? A memory of a murder. To be continued! Oh boy, that's not a good... Man, imagine playing through that... Imagine playing all the way up to that point and you're like, what?! Da-dum. Oh. Phoenix is like, I'm going to jail! Alright. Oh man. God damn it, Miles. Not Miles, Edgeworth. I mean, granted that is his name. But still, it's like, god damn it. I'm trying to help your ass and you get fucked. Alright, I'm just checking some stuff real quick. Ooh, that's interesting. Well, we are hitting about 2 hours. Oh, you just missed it. Edgeworth just told us that, he's been dreaming about a crime he committed. He's dreaming about how he committed murder. So, whoops! Oh, whoops. No. It's like, oh, we're fucked. Okay. But, turns out that, the boat shop caretaker could have been the murderer. He's missing. He probably got away. And, we're now trying to figure out where he could have gone. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know, that kind of sucks. But we're getting to a really good part, and this is Oh, wait, I already saved. But here is basically what I was waiting for. This is the part I was waiting for when I started this case. And you're gonna see why. Alright. December 27th to 11 p.m. Wright and Co. law offices.
What was Mr. Edgeworth talking about?
But never fear, we get recaps. A memory of a crime that I committed. A memory of murder.
Do you really think Mr. Edgeworth killed?
I don't believe it. Not Edgeworth. Some painful memory's been troubling him recently. But he never takes someone's life. Never.
Nick!
Yo, how's everyone doing? We're doing great! What do you think of my performance today? I had him swoon in the aisles, huh, Maya? Whoops, sorry about that.
Swooning? Me? Oh! Oh yes! I do remember feeling faint!
Right on! Tell me the truth, it was like love at first sight, right? She's 17, Larry, back off! Right, Nick? Uh-huh. Me? Well, maybe my heart skipped a beat or two. I think you can do better than that. Dude, with the look on that face, he was like, no homo, right? I'm not into that shit. I don't swing that way. Come on, I saved Edgeworth in there, dude. Edgy! You guys should be bowing before me! Yeah, bow before your hero! I'm about to slap you, Larry. Get the fuck out of my office! Alright, let's examine stuff. Let's see. Maya brought in. We had a big fight over the way to put it up. Probably sit here more often. Instead, I'm just lazing about watching TV on Netflix. Hey Larry, you want to see my badge? Woohoo! I was hot out there! Hot! I'm glad someone's happy about how this case is going. He seems too happy to care about anything I show him. Yeah, fuck this guy. Alright. Oh, I hate mosquitoes. Today's trial. Larry, you really helped out in the trial today.
You did! If you weren't there, Larry, I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth would have been found guilty!
Okay, you can stop the laughing. But seriously, Nick. That boat shop caretaker guy is pretty suspicious. But Edgy ain't off the hook yet.
Way to spoil the mood, Larry, dickhead!
Hey, I'm just a guy sitting in the audience, you know? But from where I was sitting, Edgy seemed pretty edgy. I mean, can you really know he's telling the truth about that night?
Nick?
I don't know. But what I do know is I'm going to believe in you two until the end. Us two?
Edgeworth and who else? You mean me, right?
Nah, he means me, right, Nick? Yeah, you, Larry.
Not me? But why you, Larry?
Huh? Actually, yeah. Why me, Nick?
Enough with the silent treatment!
Wow, Phoenix. Picking the loser over your assistant who's been more helpful? Okay. Edgeworth.
Nick, Why do you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much?
Okay, here we go. This is it.
I mean, he's changed recently, true. But when we first met him, he was kind of an asshole, don't you think?
You didn't know him back then. Back when he wanted to become a defense attorney.
Wait. Was that when you two were classmates?
Yes. In grade school. They saved me. Miles and Larry. They saved me, and I'll never forget it. That's why I became a defense attorney, you know?
What? Hey, Larry! What's he talking about?
Huh? Sorry, I kind of forgot.
Way to shit on my childhood, Larry.
Okay, Nick, out with it. I'm going to hear this story today, and that's final.
Okay. It's kind of a long story, so hang in there. It was the very end of 3rd grade. I was on trial. A class trial. Alright, before we go any further, I believe this scene was actually inspired by Shu Takumi, the writer of the original trilogy, actually going through this experience himself. And I think that experience is what led to him, is what inspired him to write Phoenix Wright. So, there's a little bit of trivia there.
Class trial? Man, this ain't Danganronpa.
Well, I guess in a way it is. Just without the execution parts. You remember, Larry? Spring, end of 3rd grade? As far as I remember, I don't think it was 3rd grade in the original version. I think it was 4th grade. A kid in our class got his lunch money stolen.
Lunch money?
Our school was really small. Every month, kids would bring in an envelope with money for lunch from home.
Huh, I see.
Anyway, this kid's envelope disappeared, with $38 still inside. That's a lot of money to a kid.
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember that.
I could see why you'd forget, though. You were out of school that day. Anyway, the envelope had been stolen during PE class. I was coming down with a cold, so I'd skip PE that day. I was the only one not in class.
So, they thought you did it?
Yeah. The kids in class said I should be put on trial.
Trial?
So the next day we held a classroom trial with me as the defendant.
I didn't do it. Guilty, he did it. Guilty, it was you. Thief. Give the money back. You're such a meanie. No one play with him anymore. Just admit you did it. You can't hide the truth. Tell us the truth. We're not gonna play with you anymore. Yeah, no borrowing my eraser. He shouldn't be allowed in the relay race or on the library committee. Give me back my 50 cents I loaned you. Hey, did you rob that bank the other day?
Now, Phoenix, you know you shouldn't steal people's money. It's not right. In the end, even the teacher thought I'd done it. Go over and apologize, Phoenix.
Look at baby Phoenix.
I didn't know what was happening.
Look at baby Phoenix.
I was so sad. I couldn't stop crying. Everyone was staring at me like I'd done it. I tried to apologize. I went to where the boy whose money had been stolen was sitting. That's when it happened. Iggyari. He shouldn't have to apologize. The only thing that belongs in a trial is evidence. Anything else has no place. You should all be ashamed. Amateurs. Miles?
There's baby Edgeworth.
It wasn't you who stole my money, was it?
No.
Then you shouldn't apologize. Everyone's been shouting you did it, but no one has any proof. That is why, Your Honor, this boy is innocent.
I don't even want to know, y'all can.
But Miles, it was your money that was stolen. Yeah, he did it. He's the one. We don't need proof. Make him say he's sorry. Why don't you all just shut up?
And baby Larry.
This is always how it is. Everybody ganging up and picking on one person. Just think how he feels. He said he didn't do it, so he didn't do it. Very well. I will replace the money myself. It's 38 fucking bucks. This class trial is over. That's how it happened. After that, the three of us were the best of friends.
Wow. I had no idea.
Yeah, I had no idea either. I mean, I forgot. That's when I learned what it meant to be alone. Totally alone, without a friend in the world.
You did a good thing, Larry.
Yeah, well, I was just lucky that I took the day off from school. If I'd been there, they would have thought I'd done it. So I took it kind of personally, see?
When something smells, it's usually the butts.
Anyway, Edgeworth and I talked after that class trial. That's when I heard his father was a defense attorney. I remember his eyes would shine when he talked about his father. I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my father. A famous defense attorney.
Then, a few months later, he suddenly transferred to another school.
The DL6 incident.
Right. I'm not sure, but the transfer probably had to do with his father's death.
That's so sad.
It was several years later when I heard Edgeworth's name again. There was an article about him in the newspaper. The headline was something like, "Dark Suspicions of a Demon Attorney." Fabricating evidence, manipulating testimonies, covering up facts. The article said he'd do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything.
But why? What happened? I mean, that's not the Edgy I used to know at all.
That's what I thought too. I tried to get in touch with him I don't know how many times. He never replied.
I guess he didn't want to see his old friends.
I couldn't just drop it though. I wanted to meet him, to learn why he had become who he became. That's when I decided.
Wait, you don't mean... That's why? That's why you became a defense attorney? To meet Edgeworth?
If I was a defense attorney, I knew he'd have to meet me whether he wanted to or not. In court. Edgeworth believed in me, and I believe in him. He's in pain, and no one's on his side. I'm the only one who knows the real Edgeworth. I'm the only one who can help him.
Whoa, Nick. Sounds kinda gay, bud.
What do you think I've been saying this whole time?
So, is that why you helped me out for free?
Yeah. I helped you because I believed in you. Except I don't remember saying I'd do it for free, but it's... okay, guess.
Aw, Nick! Nick!
Nick! We have to save
Mr. Edgeworth, if it's the last thing we do, okay?
Right. It very well may be.
First, there's that rental boat shop caretaker. We need to find out who or what he is.
I'd settle for who. I guess I can clean out some of this evidence I no longer need. Okay, let's go.
So yeah, it turned out that Phoenix became a fucking defense attorney just so he can meet this boy he became friends with when he was a kid. And that shit he was saying, it's like, sure, this is totally what a straight man says about another man who he hasn't seen in 15 years. That is totally what a straight man says. I love it. I love it, though.
Now do you want to see my badge, Larry?
Nope. Alright, let's get the fuck out. Let's go to the detention center. Let's go meet my hubby. December 27th, detention center visitors room.
You look as grim as always.
Mr. Edgeworth? I heard the story about the class trial.
Class trial? What do you mean?
You don't remember?
No, I don't.
Oh, I'm assuming you deleted that. No, Larry deserves to be shat on.
Your lunch money was stolen, wasn't it? In 3rd grade?
Lunch money? Oh, right. Yes, I seem to remember something like that.
Nick, I think you're the only one who really remembers.
Well, it probably only really mattered to me anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth, didn't you know? That trial was the reason Nick became a defense attorney.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Gee, thanks, babe.
That said, it does sound like the kind of thing you do. You haven't changed a bit, have you, Wright? So simple. To a fault, even. Well, maybe, yeah, but I think you changed too much, Edgeworth. Perhaps.
You want to see my badge?
Sorry. I'm not sure I can help you with that.
Alright. Why prosecute?
Hey, Edgeworth. Why did you become a prosecutor anyway? You used to look up to your dad. You said you wanted to be a defense attorney, right? I couldn't let myself deny reality like you. What do you mean? My father was taken from me, and you want me to defend criminals? I'm sorry, Wright, but I'm not that good of a person.
Fair, though?
One suspect was apprehended in your father's murder, right?
Yes, the man trapped in the elevator with my father. His name was Yanni Yogi. He had to be the shooter any way you look at it. Yet, he was found innocent. That defense attorney got him off the hook. That would be Robert Hammond. On that day, 15 years ago, the three of us were trapped in that elevator for 5 hours. When we were rescued, we all suffered oxygen deprivation. I had lost all memory of the murder.
Lost your memory?
Even now, I can't recall what happened in that elevator. That was the crux of Yogi's attorney's argument in court. He claimed Yanni Yogi had been not of sound mind due to the oxygen deprivation. Yogi was released due to a lack of evidence. Innocent. That's when I changed my mind. I started to hate defense attorneys.
I mean, that's a pretty fair, like... I mean, that's a pretty fair point. It's like... I mean, that's a very valid reason. Also, I love how that one dude just left because I said my opinion on a character that I don't think anyone really likes in the fandom. It's like, listen, if you can't like seriously, if you can't handle me saying that like Larry deserves to be shat on, then why the hell are you even here? You know?
Prosecutor Von Karma. What's your relationship with Von Karma? He's my teacher and a man who deserves respect. I learned everything I know of courtroom techniques from him.
So he's like my sister was to you, Nick.
He is a perfectionist in all things. In court, in his personal life. He is obsessed with doing everything perfectly.
Perfectly, huh?
In all the cases he has taken on, none were left unsolved. And not one suspect was declared innocent. Ever.
But that's...
I know. It's possible some of the suspects were indeed innocent. However, it is impossible for us to accurately determine that in every case. All Von Karma does is his job, to find the suspect guilty, perfectly. In any case, it's nigh well impossible to find a weakness in him. Should a weakness appear, he would do everything in his power to make it go away.
Edgeworth? If what you're saying is true, you're headed for a guilty sentence tomorrow! Yeah, exactly, see?
He's right! Now's no time to praise the enemy, Mr. Edgeworth!
It's a strange situation in which I find myself, I'll admit.
No kidding. Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm speaking about Larry with knowledge from future games. And I'm assuming, that, no one else, that not a lot of other people have knowledge of the future games, right? So it's like, you may not think he's all that, you may think that, like, you may like him a little bit, but believe me when I say that I'm just speaking from knowledge of future games, because he does appear in later games. And it just seems like he gets worse, so... so, yeah.
Is that it?
You wanna talk about Misty?
Nope. Okay.
I don't want to show him his dead father. Let's not do that, because that's kind of fucked up.
It was that case that changed my life. And tomorrow, on December 28th, its statute of limitations runs out. Tomorrow. Could that be a coincidence? But, even if the case is finally closed on paper, it will never be erased from my memory. Never.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
Yikes.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's go here. December 27th, Gourd Lake Park entrance. Hey, pal! Long time no see!
Oh! Detective Gumshoe!
Close one today, eh? I got so worked up I snapped my tie in half.
Sorry about that?
No prob, pal. Thanks to you, we now know who really did it.
You mean the boat shop caretaker?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that, like, I'm working off of my opinion of Larry is based on knowledge from future games, whereas I know that for some people, they're only really from my streams. And I'm not blaming you for it, I'm just saying, like... I'm just saying. Look, I'll make you a promise. I'll have that scoundrel in my custody by trial time tomorrow. Come what may. It's my duty to you as a police officer. Now, I'm off to catch me a criminal.
Good luck! Detective Gumshoe sure is active today.
Oh, one other thing.
Ah!
No one can go into the woods today.
The woods?
Where Lotta was camping? The woods are off limits to camping, and apparently the park ranger found out. He got pretty mad. No one could go in for a while.
I guess Lotta's in a lot of trouble.
Anyway, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Welp. I'm just gonna assume, like, examining is just fine.
Alright. December 27th, Gourd Lake, Public Beach. Huh? The steel eyesore is missing.
Eyesore?
Looks like the hot dog stand is closed, too.
I guess Larry's too busy worrying about Mr. Edgeworth to show up to work.
I accidentally pressed A by accident. I was trying to move my legs.
Alright. December 27th, boat rental shop.
That old caretaker got away.
Yep.
I never imagined he might be the real murderer.
Well, it's time for this voice again. Oh, fuck. I know that clearing of the throat anywhere. Haha, hello! What might you be doing here? Out for a walk, hmm? Ah, those days of my youth, like the scent of fresh lemon, you see.
Mr. Grossberg! This is no time for idle reminiscing. Mr. Edgeworth's trial ends tomorrow.
That is true, yes. But from what I saw of today's trial, Edgeworth should be fine, right?
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
Haha, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not sure.
If you find anything out, come by my office at once. I may be able to offer you some assistance.
Oh, thank God. Thanks. Bye.
What do you think Mr. Grossberg was doing here anyway?
Who knows?
Let's go talk to the birdie. The birdie. The birdie.
Why did that all sound like, you know, let's all go to the movies?
Nobody's home. Hello! Hello! Squawk! Hey! It's Polly! I wonder where your owner's gone, Polly. Hello! Hello! Ah! I can't believe he'd run off and leave his poor parrot to fend for herself. Hello! Hello! Ah!
Let's see if we can get into this lockbox.
That reminds me, Nick. Polly here knows the number to the safe, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Polly, what's the number to the safe? 1228. Ah! Let's open it, Nick. Come on.
I'm sure there isn't any money in there.
Aw. But hey, he keeps it locked, right? So there must be something of value in there.
I'm not so sure.
Okay, Nick, let's see what's in there.
I guess there might be a clue or two. Oh. The only thing in here is a letter.
A letter? Aw, boring!
There's no name or signature on this thing. I don't even think it was a movie song. I think it was just like, it was just a, I don't think it was a movie song. I think it was just like, let's all go to the movies. Let's all go to the movies. Well, we can go jump popcorn. I don't know how, I don't know. I only know that one line. That's it. It's handwritten in very precise, clear letters. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth!
Nick! Why would Mr. Edgeworth's name be on here?
How should I know? I'm going to read the whole thing. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. It also says, this is your last chance. Now is the time to get revenge on the 2 men who ruined your life. The rest of the letter goes on to describe the murder plot in detail. How to kill Robert Hammond and frame Edgeworth. Calling Edgeworth out to the lake, getting on the boat, firing twice. This is exactly what I figured out today in court. It's all here, in perfect detail.
What do you think it means, Nick?
I don't know, but it looks like these are instructions for that caretaker. When he killed Robert Hammond and called out Edgeworth, he was following instructions.
But who could have written that letter? And what does it mean to get revenge on Miles Edgeworth?
Look, I don't know, okay? But one thing's for certain. This letter is an amazing clue. Oh boy. Let's go check out the parrot.
Maybe I should take care of Polly, Nick?
You probably shouldn't just kidnap her. The police know about her anyway. I'm sure they'll do something.
Well, okay. Sorry, Polly. He says I can't take you.
Great, now the bird's going to hate me. Listen, Phoenix, all animals fucking hate your ass. Oh man, though, we're uncovering plots in the case, blah. Excuse me. Man, I had dinner not even 5 hours ago. That's why I'm hungry. Not hungry. That's why I'm like, eh. Let's come here. December 27th, Police Department, Criminal Affairs. Looks like Detective Gumshoe hasn't gotten back yet. Gumshoe? He won't be coming back today.
Oh, really?
He said there was some guy he had to arrest by tomorrow. The boat shop caretaker. He shouted something about catching him if it's the last thing I do, pal. Good luck, Gumshoe. Let's see what this guy's, training for. Let's see. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Please, think about what you're doing, Jolinda. Don't take my Tommy away from me. No! He must be doing image training for a nasty divorce argument. An animal? Oh, okay. Jolinda. Oh my god. Hey, we found a letter. Edgeworth, see this letter? This came out of the safe in the shack where that boat rental caretaker lives. I see. Revenge on me?
Who is that old guy anyway?
I don't know. Could he be an innocent defendant you got declared guilty or something? Nice, Wright. But I don't remember that old man. Not at all.
So, he was following this letter then?
Which means... excuse me. Which means there was someone else behind it. Now is the time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. Two men. Meaning myself and Robert Hammond.
It also says this is your last chance.
Last chance? Wait, maybe he's talking about the statute of limitations on the DL6 incident. Wait, that old man.
What is it? Do you know who he is?
Yogi. Could he be Yogi?
Yogi?
The suspect in the DL6 incident. The one who was found innocent. We'll see. Yanni Yogi was a court bailiff at the time. We just happened to be in that elevator together 15 years ago. The quake was incredibly strong. Before I knew it, everything was dark. We were there for so long it felt like forever. The air thinned, and the darkness closed in on us in that little box. We became unsettled.
Help! I can't breathe!
Quiet! I said quiet! You're not making this any easier.
I want to get out! Help! Get us out!
Don't shout! You'll just use up more oxygen. That's all I remember. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed, staring up at the ceiling. In court, Yanni Yogi's mental condition was called into question. They claimed the oxygen deprivation and stress had caused temporary insanity. In the end, the claim passed the court and Yogi was found innocent.
Huh. But isn't that strange? This letter tells him to get revenge on Edgeworth. Why would he want to take revenge on you?
Right. Yeah? There's something that's been troubling me these last few days. I didn't know whether or not I should tell you. You mean the nightmare?
Oh, we'll get there. Alright, I'm not gonna... It's like, a crime you committed? Yeah, a memory. A memory of a murder.
I think the time has come to tell all. For the last 15 years, I've had the same dream almost every night. I wake up in a fearful sweat every time.
What kind of dream?
It's a dream about my father's killing. In the dark.
Help! I can't breathe! Quiet! I said shut the fuck up! You're not making this any easier. I want to get out! Help! Get us out!
Don't shout! You'll just use up more oxygen.
I can't breathe! You're using up my air!
What?
Stop breathing my air! I'll stop you!
What are you?
Stop breathing my air!
No, Father! He's attacking Father! Then I see the pistol lying by my feet. I don't know if it was evidence from that day in court or the bailiffs. In a daze, I pick up the pistol. Get away. Get away from my father!
Yikes. That's not good at all.
And with that scream, I wake. It's a bone-chilling scream. A scream that has rung in my ears for the past 15 years.
Oh my god.
But that's just a dream, right? Right?
That thought is the only thing that has kept me sane for the last 15 years. But what if I'm wrong? What if it's real? They say that sometimes people shut out memories in self-defense. Maybe it was I who killed my father.
What?
If you think about it that way, this letter makes sense. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Think about it. Yogi was really innocent. That's why he wanted revenge against me.
Wait, Edgeworth. You mean...
It was me. I was the true criminal at DL6. I shot my father. This is bad.
What are we going to do, Nick? What can we do?
I don't know. I don't think there's anything we can do, like it or not. If there's someone else who knows a lot about the DL6 incident, maybe.
There is, Nick! There is someone else who knows about DL6!
Man, sometimes you just want to give Edgy a hug. Love you. Gotta go somewhere. Gotta go back here. December 27th, Grossberg Law Offices. Mr. Grossberg!
Ah, hello there. What's wrong? You look troubled.
No kidding! I can't believe you're not!
My. Just calm down and tell me what's happened, hmm?
It's Mr. Edgeworth. He...
Yikes.
I see. So, Edgeworth dreamt he shot his own father?
It's only a dream! Only a dream!
I wonder about that.
What?
If that's the case, then why do you two look so troubled, hmm?
Well...
Also, consider this. Yogi quite certainly holds a deep grudge against Miles Edgeworth. So deep he'd want to frame him for murder. This leads me to surmise that Mr. Edgeworth's dream was not a dream. It was real. As you imagined. Miles Edgeworth threw the pistol to save his father. The pistol fired, and the deed was done.
No! I don't believe it!
Yogi was suspected of murder, and his career as a bailiff was irrevocably wrecked. Thus, he sought revenge on Miles Edgeworth. This was his last chance, of course, with the statute of limitations so close.
Well, shit! Hey, you wanna see my patch?
God damn it, my boy! Quite sorry. I have nothing to say concerning that.
What do you know about Edgeworth's father?
He was a defense attorney without peer. It sounds trite, but it's true. Well, he may have had one peer now that I think about it. Your mentor, Mia Fey.
Wait, what? Mia wasn't... Wait. Mia? No, that doesn't make sense, because I'm thinking about the timeline here, and I'm like, Mia was 34 when she died. And that was earlier this year. Gregory was 34 when he died 15 years ago.
My sister?
Gregory Edgeworth was very disapproving of Mr. Von Karma's techniques. That's no surprise. Von Karma's an extreme man. Forged testimonies and evidence are nothing to him. The result...
Excuse me.
The result, he has a perfect win record in court. To beat him, Gregory Edgeworth tried to call attention to his methods.
And?
He lost. And died in despair, as it were.
I see.
Well, shit.
When Gregory Edgeworth was killed, the police called on a spirit medium. That was your mother, Misty Fey.
I am Gregory Edgeworth. I've been killed. The one who shot me was the bailiff, Yanni Yogi.
Yet Yogi was found innocent.
That's when my mother left us. Everyone called her a fraud.
That's right. Everyone thought she was, you see. Yet, now that I think about it, it seems the one who lied was Gregory Edgeworth's ghost. Gregory Edgeworth must have known who shot him.
I don't believe it. So you're saying he falsified his testimony? That Edgeworth's dad lied to protect his son?
It's only a possibility, mind you. But a possibility nonetheless.
Well... Okay, so basically, what's going on here is that Gregory was shot and killed in that elevator. Yanni Yogi was the suspect because it was his gun, I believe. Because bailiffs carried guns. But the thing is that he was declared innocent. Now, 15 years later, the boat shop caretaker, who we are assuming is Yanni Yogi, wants to get revenge on Edgeworth, because Yogi believes him to be the real killer. And the thing is that in Japan at least, I don't know much about America, is that even if you're declared innocent, unless the real killer is proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, you're, in the eyes of the public court, meaning, in the eyes of public opinion, you're the one who did it. The court you're just not officially a criminal, And Yogi was like, well, I know I'm not the one who killed him, but the only other person in that elevator was Miles, so he had to be the one to kill him. Now, granted, you are right in that it would be considered self-defense in the third person because Miles, let's just say first names for now. Miles threw the gun in an attempt to get Yogi to stop attacking his father. However, we know that by doing that, he got shot and killed. So Miles obviously is feeling horribly guilty about the idea of killing his dad. The thing is, though, in that with self-defense, for some fucking reason, in this series in particular, self-defense still means you have to kind of there has to be repercussions for your actions. I mean, think about it at the end of the third case, where D. Vasquez got she still had to have a trial held for her own crime, despite the fact that she was just acting out in self-defense and she just happened to kill Jack Hammer. Now, granted, I don't know what it would be like, what it would have been like for Miles to undergo trial, because if they found that he had killed Gregory as a kid, what would the trial have been like? Because I don't know what that's like. Because again, he was a minor at the time. He was 8, I believe. So I have no idea how the trial was going to go. But even so, there has to be repercussion for some fucking reason. You know, because while Miles was acting out in self-defense of his father, on behalf of his father, it's still technically murder. If that makes sense. But, we'll believe me when I say that, we'll get to the bottom of this case in this stream. Actually, let's present the case file first.
This incident took place 15 years ago tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll see the completion of not one but 2 trials. All thanks to the statute of limitations. However, I'm afraid the damage the DL6 incident has done will never be eased.
Oh shit.
Oh-ho! So this is the letter! It does seem that Yogi was following this letter when he killed Hammond.
But why kill Robert Hammond?
Hammond was a skilled defense attorney, but he defended clients not for their sake but for his own.
Huh? His own sake?
He never trusted his clients, that one. The only thing he trusted was his own ability.
But he got his client found innocent, so why should it matter?
Actually, my dear, it's quite different. He won that innocent verdict for no one but himself. Yogi was a free man, but socially he was ruined.
Huh?
You'll understand soon enough. Wait!
What is it?
This letter. I've seen this handwriting somewhere before, a long time ago. Whose handwriting was this? Do you have any idea who wrote this?
Well, we know it wasn't Miles. We know it wasn't Edgeworth. We know it wasn't Yogi. The only option left is Manfred von Karma. Could it be Manfred von Karma?
Von Karma? Why would he have something to do with this?
Well, I'm not sure.
Von Karma, Von Karma. Wait! You're right, my boy! This is Von Karma's handwriting, I'm sure of it! I used to see it all the time on court reports.
What? But that means the one who told Mr. Yogi to kill was...
Correct! Manfred von Karma himself!
What does this mean, then? Why would von Karma want to frame Edgeworth?
If it truly was von Karma who wrote this letter, then he would know the truth. He would know that Miles Edgeworth had accidentally killed his own father. Excuse me. He'll say as much tomorrow in court, I should think. He'll present the point until the court finds Miles Edgeworth guilty.
Oh, no!
But how could von Karma know about Mr. Edgeworth's past like that? Even Mr. Edgeworth thought it was just a nightmare!
That I do not know. Yet I do know that von Karma's both persistent and a perfectionist. He may be seeking to satisfy a grudge against Gregory Edgeworth by hurting his son.
What do you mean?
It was 15 years ago. Von Karma met Gregory Edgeworth in court, and Von Karma did win, but he didn't make it through the trial unscarred.
Gregory versus Manfred. What happened in the trial between Edgeworth's dad and Von Karma?
Von Karma got the guilty verdict he wanted. He won the trial. But Gregory Edgeworth accused Von Karma of faulty evidence. And though he lost the trial, Mr. Edgeworth's accusations stood.
Faulty evidence?
It was the only penalty Von Karma's ever received in his career as a prosecutor. Gregory Edgeworth dealt a blow to his perfect trial record.
Wow.
It must have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see.
Imagine taking a fucking vacation, like a months long vacation because your perfect trial record was like besmirched. Bitch, get the fuck over it.
A vacation? Yes, an unusual event for the man. That was the first and the last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting.
Really? He doesn't take vacations? Like, go to the sea or to the mountains? Don't tell me he's never been to Europe!
You have strange ideas about vacations, Maya.
In any case, that was the only time he took a vacation from work. I believe the penalty upset him quite a lot.
Odd. If he wanted to keep a perfect record so badly, why would he take such a long vacation?
What do we do, Nick? Von Karma's going to bring up Deal 6, you can bet on it! What if Mr. Edgeworth pleads guilty to Deal 6?
I won't let him!
Yes, Mr. Wright. I hate to say this, but even accidental murder is murder, you know, even if it's his own self-defense.
I know that! I just believe in Edgeworth's innocence. I can't believe he killed someone.
But Nick! Mr. Edgeworth admits it himself! His father must have lied to protect him from beyond the grave!
I don't care! I know he's not guilty!
Mr. Wright, if you say so, I suppose I could go check again. The police files might hold something of interest.
Mr. Grossberg, thank you.
I can't promise anything. In fact, I think the chances of finding something are slim.
I understand. The police materials. So we just got a twist in the case. So So it turned out that Von Karma wrote the letter. I wonder, can we bring this up to Edgeworth? Oh wait. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought if we could present it to him, it's like just skipping. Just skip. Skip. Okay. So that didn't work. December 27th, Police Department, Criminal Affairs.
There's hardly anyone here!
Everyone must be out looking for the old guy. Yogi.
Ha, it's you! I don't think Gumshoe will be coming back today. He's staying out late looking for someone.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's pounding the pavement for real! We were wondering if we could check out the records room again.
Well, now I can't have just anyone wandering around in there. But I guess Mr. Von Karma's in there now anyway. You can go in as long as he's there.
Von Karma?
Yes, he just arrived actually.
Von Karma's in the records room.
Nick! Let's hurry!
I think after this we'll take a break because it's 3 hours. My throat's starting to die. Alright, we're in the records room.
Dusty as always.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, again, like, I am, like, I know the truth of this. I'm just wanting to play along with the whole guise of me not knowing anything. Just to suit the so we don't spoil, you know? We were only here just yesterday. I'm sure they just haven't had time to clean.
What's wrong, Nick?
Nothing. I was just noticing that he isn't here. Von Karma.
Huh? One of the drawers here is open.
Someone must have been looking in it recently.
The label says unsolved cases evidence.
Unsolved cases? Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Sorry, that was a firework that just went off that scared the fuck out of me. God, did you hear that?
Nick! The file for DL6! It's completely empty!
What? What are you doing in here?
Ah! Von Karma!
You. How do you know my name?
Huh?
Have we met?
No, I've been drinking. No, I've been drinking. It's just... I didn't practice for this. My throat is not used to the strain.
What are you saying? We see each other every day, don't we? We're Miles Edgeworth's defense team.
Defense team? Ahem. I beg your pardon, you see. I rarely remember defense attorneys. They are like bugs to me. Needless things to be crushed.
I can see how this guy was Edgeworth's mentor. Jesus Christ, look at this fucking dude! Like, this isn't creepy at all. Hey. You wanna see my badge?
Fool! You think I, a prosecutor, would give you, a defense attorney, information? Bah!
Creep. Bitch. Cunt.
Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth is your student, right?
A romanticist who still can't shed that veneer of amateurism. Just like his father. Always second rate.
Mr. Von Karma, you had an axe to grind with Mr. Gregory Edgeworth, didn't you?
Me? A grudge against a mere defense attorney? Why?
Because he dealt a blow to your otherwise perfect trial record? Humph. So you did. But what I don't get is, why did you take his son under your wing afterwards? The son of your most bitter rival.
That, my dear attorney, is none of your business. Tomorrow will be the last day of this trial. It's been a while since I've had a defense attorney last this long. Still, you will lose in the end. Miles Edgeworth will admit his own guilt.
His guilt of 15 years ago, you mean?
You're quite the researcher. If you've done your homework so well, then certainly you must understand. You know what Miles Edgeworth will tell the court tomorrow.
We were right. So Von Karma's going to bring up DL6 in court tomorrow. Alright, okay. Before I even go any further, you want to know... So, you remember how we were talking about how we have clear-cut evidence of Von Karma, being involved in this case beyond his prosecutorial duties. You want to know what the dumbest thing that Phoenix would do in this case? This. Mr. Von Karma, have a look at this. This was you, wasn't it? You instructed Yanni Yogi to commit murder. Yanni Yogi. How many years has it been since I've heard him called by that name? He's a fool. I told him to burn it after he read it.
So you admit it! You wrote Mr. Yogi this letter!
Yes, my dear defense attorney. Thank you for taking the trouble to bring it to me. You've saved me from a lot of needless hassle.
What?
Nick! What is that thing?
Oh, that's a taser! A stun gun. For self-defense. Usually.
Indeed. 600,000 volts will course through your body like a dog touching an electric fence. 600,000. Oh, don't worry. People don't die from it usually. Now, give me the letter.
No!
No!
Whoa, what are you?
Nick! Run!
Bitch, run! Maya! Out of my way. Welp. See what I mean when I tell you that Phoenix Wright does some stupid shit? This was one of it. He got us. The letter's gone, of course. And he took the DL6 evidence. All of it. Back to having no clues. Wait, Maya jumped first. Maya! Is she okay? Maya! Maya, open your eyes! Yeah, you're supposed to do that. You have to progress through the game for it.
The letter! Did he take it?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Are you okay?
I couldn't stop him. I jumped as fast as I could, but one shot from that thing knocked me out cold. I'm useless. I'm no good as a lawyer or a medium. I can't even call my sister. Not even now, when we need her the most. I wish I hadn't woken up at all.
Maya! Ugh! There has to be some way I can help her. I'd better do something about her self-confidence first. Huh? Maya. She's holding something. What is that? A bullet? DL6 incident evidence number 7, taken from the heart of Gregory Edgeworth. I remember. Von Karma was holding this when Maya jumped him. I just got fucking tased. Taken from Gregory Edgeworth's heart, still bears clear ballistic markings. Stashed in a pocket. I'll prove it to you, Maya. You're most definitely not useless. I'll prove it to you in court tomorrow. To be continued. Oh, when did we drop frames? Just noticed that. Yep, let's save our progress. Alright, moving on to the last trial. Alright, and I think for that we are gonna take a quick break. Because we're 3 hours into this, and the trial's gonna be a long one, so we will be right back. Let me get some music going. Yep, break time! Just gotta get the music up. Man, it's a good thing this is a visual novel, otherwise we'd be fucked. Huh, it's saying 3 people are watching right now. Sorry, my stream is up on my recommended list and I don't know why. Oops. Just getting some music right now. I mean, I know one of them, but who are the other two? I'm guessing one of them could be Eric, because he's just in the background, because I know he's playing 14, if his status on Discord is anything. Okay. Okay, let me just get the text up real quick. Alright. We are going to be taking a quick break, and then we'll get back into Phoenix, and then we'll get back into it and finish out Phoenix Wright. Or at least the 4th case. I have to keep making the distinction that technically this would be the end of the game if we weren't playing the trilogy. So, use this time to go to the bathroom, get some drinks, some snacks or whatever, and we'll be right back. Well, we'll be right back to the game. I'll be right back in a little bit. So let's take a break, everyone. Alright, I'm back, but we're not about ready to, get back in just yet. I do have a little bit of food with me. I got chocolate, because that's always the best way to, like, restore energy. And I did get myself a fresh drink. You're not wrong! It's like when you watch Bill Wurtz's what the hell is it called? World History? I don't know what the video is called. You know, but pretty much where he's talking about how we came to be and all that, you know? I didn't minimize this, right? If the frames drop, I'm sorry. It's called me checking out stuff. Well, that's just fucking wrong right there. Man, they didn't have any Milky Ways. My dad went to the store yesterday, so he just picked up some Twix. And I'm like, oh, I fucking love Twix. The sun is a deadly laser. I think when I first watched that video, the moment that I just fucking lost it was when he was going off about the Cambrians and all that. And and the lizard's trying to go up on the land. He's like, eh. I just fucking lost it. Like, I laughed my ass off at that. I was like, Jesus Christ, that should not be funny. Anyway, the music that we're listening to, it's pretty much like a, I guess a softer version, and not as, like, EDM version of, the intro. And I specifically played this because it's like, well, we did just get done with, talking about, Phoenix, Edgeworth, and Larry's, like, friendship when they were kids together. And it's like childhood memories, you know? And again, I'm doing a stream when it's an awards night. Seriously, I cannot get the fuck out. Sorry. Like, I don't understand what the hell's my luck. Like, why am I always streaming on awards nights? Or better yet, why are awards nights every fucking month? Really? Well, this is from Pokemon, that's why I was like, I mean, granted, Ace Attorney does have its share of, emotional music. Oh my god. You know, one of the few good things about my mic being this far away from me is that you can't hear me eating. Like, obviously you can tell that I am because of the fact I'm taking long pauses when talking. And, it does sound like I have something in my mouth. Man, I hope you don't live in the Pacific Northwest. Because from what I hear, that's gonna be hell on earth. Alright, I gotta mute for 1 second. Okay, there we go. There it is. Oh, what have I been doing since last time that I haven't mentioned? Really not much outside keeping up with stuff. I mean, of course I've been Oh, puzzles. I don't know what- I misread that as puzzies. I was like, what the fuck are puzzies? Well, it kind of depends on the puzzle. I mean, if we're talking like, you know, actual, like, puzzles, like, jigsaw puzzles, I'm like, yeah, I like those. But if we're talking, like, like puzzle games and all that, where you have to figure out stuff, it's on and off. Like, if it's an easy puzzle, I'm like, okay, but if it's a hard puzzle, I'm like, ugh. Because I am dumb. I am dumb. And I don't like to work my brain out. I mean, I think my worst I think my most hated puzzles are just any kind of, like, math puzzles. I mean, it's not like I can't do basic arithmetic, but it's like, you know, but it's like, there's a reason I had to repeat the 11th grade and go to summer school for one summer. The funny thing is, oh man, that fucking sucks. I never played Professor Layton. I know Yuki's told me to, but I don't have money. Not to mention, like, I don't know what games are good and where to start. You know, actually, Professor Layton and Ace Attorney had a crossover game, which is interesting to me. Oh, fuck. Man, I'm still glad I keep my 3DS around. Like, I've had this for a long time. Like, I got it for Christmas when Pokemon X and Y came out, so you can tell how long that's been. I mean, and the only... Oh man, I fucking hate that. I'm assuming you go to public school then? Man, I hate that. Cause it's like, I know there are some people out there who don't, you know, who function with like music, you know, like I mean, I'm not that kind of person, but I know some people that their brain just works better when they're like listening, when there's background music and all that. And I'm not gonna sit there and judge them for it, because it's like, you know, if that's how they work, that's how they work. I just hate, but believe me when I say that, it's like, you know, it's so stupid when schools do that. Like, they forbid you from listening to music. Like, I understand during, you know, if the teacher's, like, you know, teaching you or whatever, but if you're doing your work, it's like, what's the harm in it? Like, I specifically remember when I went to my private school, I actually noticed that they would have music players. That some of the students would have music players, and I wondered about that because I was in public school, and obviously in public school you're not allowed to have your phone out at all, unless it was for schoolwork. And I asked the person who was showing me around, like, what is the deal with that? And they said that basically, like, they allow you to listen to music while you work. But the problem was that, it wasn't even your own music. They had, like, music players that was filled with music that the teacher and shit picked instead of your own music. And I'm like, well, what's the fucking point? What's the fucking point? Seriously, man, public school was probably one of the worst decisions I had ever made in my life. And I know you may be wondering, Airi, what do you mean decision? I don't think you have a decision in that matter. And it's like, you're right, you normally don't, unless you're rich, and at that point, like, well, I guess you could choose to go to public school or private school, but that's if you convince your parents. But anyway, what I mean by decision in public school was that, when I got diagnosed with my autism, oh, okay. Man, who the fuck brings a laptop to public school? I never did. But anyway, but when I got diagnosed with my autism, it was just after I had finished my 6th grade. And I think it was my 7th grade year that they had a special, there's a special form, right, for kids who are like me in some way, or I should say, like, kids that are neurodivergent, or kids who, you know, special ed kids, you know. And there was a form there. I forget what it's called. Is it IPB? IPB? IPE? I don't know. It's something like that. But the thing is, though, is that they gave me a choice. They said that I could either attend special education classes in 7th grade, or I could continue on with my regular school. Now, if this were today, I definitely would have said special education. But considering that this was when I was 7th grade, so about 12 years old, and this was also on the heels of some very bad family drama, and the autism diagnosis really kind of just like hammering in the fact that I wasn't normal, quote unquote, I decided to go with regular schooling. And if you know anything about autism, it's that we can get overwhelmed very quickly. You know what I mean? Like, the whole thing with, a whole thing with autism is that we tend to feel things 10 times more intense than neurotypical people. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Well, if you're on YouTube listening to music, it's like, I don't really see the problem in that either. But yeah, it's like, I mean, now granted, I don't know what it's like for, other neurodivergencies. I'm just speaking this for autism. Is that, like, you feel everything 10 times more intense than neurotypical people. You know, and that's for all 5 senses, like, you know, your sight, your sound, your hearing, your smell, your taste, your touch. Like, for us, we feel it, like, way more intensely than other people, which is why you tend to hear a lot of autistic people say that, like, you know, that, like, you know, like with bright, you know, visual stuff, loud hearing stuff, and, you know what I mean? So, public school in Florida was fucking hell. I mean, now granted, I never once had a sensory meltdown in public. I mean, I've had mental breakdowns in public, but never one where it was specifically a sensory overload. I never had that, thankfully, but there were a lot of times that, I would have anxiety attacks before and during school, and they got worse during my sophomore year of high school. And then, of course, everything just went down the drain after that. And I kind of wish I did take the special education classes to see, like, maybe if I could have, like, you know, that, like, maybe if I went with that instead of just sticking to the absurd concept of normal, if I would have graduated high school, but it's here nor there. I would say that streams, I mean, I've talked about having anxiety in the beginning a lot of the time, but that's more so out of the fact that it's like, it's performance anxiety? But I quickly get over it, you know, like the longer we go on and all that. Like, I've been doing these for so long now that I'm basically used to it. You know, well, I get, you know, the only anxiety I get is not so much like, I guess it shouldn't be, it's not so much performance anxiety, it's more of like, God, I hope everything is working right anxiety, you know? Like, the typical anxiety. You know? Should probably finish this last Twix before it melts. Yeah, high school life was not great. I mean, it wasn't that I was bullied exactly. Like, all the bullying stopped in middle school. But it was more so out of the fact that, a lot of people were hyping high school up to be, like, the best time of your life, you know? Which isn't true, by the way. But when you're a kid, you know, you obviously believe that. These Well, sometimes that is how some streamers do it. Like, they do tend to have more conversations during breaks than they do on, you know, stream and all that. But, yeah, high school was just awful. Like, I mean, again, like, as I said, like, it was during my sophomore year of high school that, I just began to have, like, anxiety attacks before and during school. But it wasn't until my junior year that they just got really fucking bad. You know? And it was during my junior year of high school that, like, I really began to yeah, school is hell. Yeah. You know, but the thing is, though, and this is something that I have learned over my years of not being in school anymore, is that, first off, the American education system, it just doesn't work anymore. You know, it just doesn't work anymore. Or if it does, we have outgrown the system. Like, schools they're not, I mean, with the way it is now, right? You know, any kids that have difficulty learning, and it doesn't even have to be with, like, neurodivergency, like, it could be learning disabilities, or just, you know, or just kids that, I mean, last year pretty much proved how flawed the education system was because of the pandemic and kids having to stay home at school. Sorry, not at school. You know? Because it's like, you take a typical high school schooler's, you know, schedule, right? You have to wake up at 6 in the morning, which, by the way, is so fucking hellish, you know? And then you have to get there at 7. Yeah, exactly. Like, pretty much the school system hasn't updated since the 1800s. I mean, yeah, the technology's advanced, but the thing is that the schools, they take way too fucking long to incorporate that tech into the system, you know? But, as I was saying, it's like, you know, they have to get to school at 7, and or even earlier. Like, I mean, it really depends on, you know, the kind of schedule the kid has. Like, it's different for each individual person. So you have to get there at 7, then classes start at 7:30. And then they ask you to basically sit for anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour listening to a teacher drone on and on about a particular subject. And you have to constantly be paying attention. And the thing is, though, is that what teachers consider paying attention is that you are taking notes, nothing is distracting you, and you have to be maintaining eye contact with either them or the board. If you're not doing any of those things, it's considered, you know, you're considered slacking off. And then you have a lunch period. Now, I don't know what lunch is like nowadays, or even in other schools. But when I was in public school, there were so many kids in my high school, right? That there were like that that lunch was divided up into 3 different time periods. But even still, the lines to get lunch were so long that I think like there was like 45 minutes for lunch to eat lunch, right? But by the time you would finally get your food and go to your table, you would only really have like 20 minutes. Yes, home economics is very important. Yeah, home economics is very important. Like, I only had one home ec class in my life, and that was in 6th grade. And even then, I didn't learn anything fucking useful. But anyway, so it's like, you only really have, like, maybe 15 to 20 minutes to eat lunch. And that's... You know, and even then, the food that they give you in lunch is just crap. It's utter crap. Like, why the fuck would you eat it, you know? I mean, granted, I understand that to some kids, like, that's probably the only meal they'll get out of the day. So I'm not gonna fault them for that. But still, like, you know, lunch food is pretty awful. And then, of course, you gotta sit there, you know, and then, of course, after lunch, you gotta sit for another hour before school lets out. But then, after school lets out, depending on who you are, you then have a job to go to. And then, of course, you're gone for the rest of the day. And you don't get home till, let's say, 8, right? By that point, you're so fucking exhausted. But then you're like, shit, I still got homework to do. And that's if you're also not taking care of your family. So it's like, you know, so by the time you're done with all that, it's like probably 11 o'clock at night. And you have to get up at 6. So you're barely getting like 8 hours of sleep. And you have to do that for 5 days out of the week. And it's hell. It's hell. And I'm one of the lucky ones in that I didn't have a job to go to. I didn't have to take care of my family. But yeah, so it's like, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not gonna fault kids for eating like crappy like lunch food. It's like, that's, you know, that's their choice, first off, and secondly, it could be the only thing that gets them working, especially because you're also not allowed to eat snacks in class, which I find really fucking stupid, because there are some kids who don't eat breakfast at home, either because they don't have enough time to, they don't have anyone to prepare it for them, or they just don't have food to eat for breakfast. And it's like they always tell you that, like, you perform better when you have something in your stomach. But yeah, and I had to live like that for like, 3 fucking years. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like for some, that's true too. For some kids, school is the only time they can get away from that. And you better hope to God that school life isn't shit either. But, there were some experiences I had in high school, like, I think it was during my sophomore year of high school. I had an art class, and it was a ceramics class. And the thing is that, I'm not gonna lie when I say that I did break down crying once in that class. And the thing is that my teacher, how should I put this without sounding racist? She was a woman that you could tell she didn't speak native English. And the thing is that she did have a heavy accent. And and for me, I tend to have a hard time listening to people. Like, my hearing isn't the best, you know? And even then, like, and even when I do hear someone, I don't completely understand what they're saying, so I have to constantly ask them to repeat what they said. So me and this teacher I don't think it was so much like we didn't get along, but it was very much like, just do what you think she's saying, so you don't have to face her. But, anyway, it was fairly early in the year, and we were doing, like, this project. And the thing is that, I was having a real tough time with this project, because the thing is, I'm not very good with my hands. Again, I'm not an artist by trade. I'm a writer, first off, but I'm not an artist, and I'm not good with my hands. So I was having a tough time trying to mold the clay into the mold that we were supposed to make it. And eventually, and I kept having to ask my teacher for help, and I could tell she was getting more and more frustrated with me because I kept asking for help. I mean, now granted, she never blew up at me. I will say that. She never blew up at me. But there was, but there did come a time where she pretty much, I could pretty much just tell that she was just really frustrated with me. Like, to the point that, she had just gotten so exasperated with me that she just, like, I could feel it. And the thing is, though, is that when I was I was very much afraid of asking for help at the time, and so it's like, my anxiety was very high on that at that point. And so then, of course, having my teacher just kind of, like, really scold me for not being able to follow the instructions of what she's given me because I can't quite understand what the fuck she's saying, I broke down crying. I mean, granted, and thankfully, I was very careful that if I did end up crying at school, I always made sure to hide, because I didn't want other kids to see me crying. But I remember confessing to it the day after to other kids that I thought were my friends. Education system is flawed. But, as I was saying, like, But yeah, I confessed to these kids that I thought were my friends that I broke down crying yesterday, and I think I asked them something about, like, how, like, I was basically, like, looking for sympathy and all that. But instead, they kind of just, like, thought I was weird for breaking down crying like that, and they were like, well, why did you break down crying? It's your fault you weren't understanding it. And that was pretty much the last time I ever confessed to that kind of situation to people I thought were my friends, so... You know, because it's like... I feel like when you confess something that, like, personal, right? To people that you consider to be your friends and all that, and they kind of just respond to you with, like, indifference, or even worse, kind of victim blaming you for it. Like, dismissing your feelings as invalid because it doesn't make sense. It kind of does a blow to you, you know? And, God, don't even get me started on the times I broke down an algebra class because I got a bad grade on my math test. Like, here's the thing with me and math. I've always been bad at it. Like, for real, I've always been bad at it. And it's interesting to think about the fact that, like, and that when it comes to autism, interestingly enough, I don't know how many autistic people are like this, but a lot of the times, like, autistic people are known to be good at math. And I'm seemingly of the minority where, no, I'm awful at it. You know, and of course, I've broken down several times over the course of my school career because of math, like, you know, because, again, like, it's hard for me to understand. And in fact, math was probably the only subject I ever had real trouble in. Every other subject, I was perfectly fine in, you know? And I think a lot of it just has to do with the fact that, I mean, yeah, I did face a lot of shit, don't get me wrong, but even then, like, I tend to kind of just minimize my own shit because, man, I got off a little, I can admit that I got lucky, you know, like, I wasn't bullied a lot, and all that, and even then, there are still some kids out there who face and are still facing a lot more shit than me, you know? I mean, but either way, I can acknowledge that what happened to me sucked. But, as I was saying, it's like, I've always been terrible at math, you know? I mean, I can tell you that, like, it took me a lot longer to understand basic subtraction and division than everyone else my age, basically. I remember having a really hard time with trying to do, greater than, less than, and equal to. Like, there's actually one night in particular where I had a full-on mental meltdown because I couldn't fucking understand it. And then, of course, but algebra was probably the class where where it really became apparent to me just how underprepared I was. I think the only time I ever had fun in a math class was during geometry. Geometry was easy. Probably because there weren't as many numbers as there were fucking, as there are, shapes, you know? A lot less numbers than shapes. And it probably helped, too, that my teacher was actually pretty good about it. Like, I remember passing that class with a B, actually. But yeah, it's like, there were just times in my Algebra 2 class that I just broke down crying every time I got handed back my test and it turned out to be a D or lower, and it's just like, because it's very much a matter of, like, trying to understand the material you're given, you know? You're trying to understand what you're being given, and you're trying your damnedest, you're trying your hardest. But then to just have it but then to just have it be graded as less than satisfactory, or even failing. And it's like, it's such a blow, you know? And it didn't help that, like, that's like, my teachers seemingly just did not give a fuck about the fact that I was literally failing her class. Like, she never stopped me and was like, hey, are you doing okay? Like, do you need help or anything? She never did that. You know? And, I mean, granted, I didn't help the matter, because again, I never asked for help, and that was more out of my anxiety of appearing stupid. Or hell, even the teacher, like, straight up humiliating me in front of the whole class because I didn't understand something simple. You know? And it's like, and it was, of course, my junior year that, that I attempted. Because it was just a whole mess of, like, self-worth issues brought on by internalized ableism and just anxiety for my future. You know, like, it was a lot. You know, and it makes me glad about the fact that while I did have to repeat my junior year of high school, you know, I still went to a school that really did, like, that really worked for me, you know? Like, that second round of junior year was probably the best year of school for me, because you know, I actually talked to people more. I actually, like I opened up, and, first time in my life was on honor roll. Like, all my grades were A's and B's at that point. And you know, and it's like, and it sucks that while I didn't get to, like, move on to my senior year, it's like, that one year really helped a lot. And it was because of that school that I realized that, I really should not have been, passed on through the grades with my horrible understanding of math, because, they tested me. They tested my comprehension of math and English the summer before I entered that school, and while my English was, I mean, they pretty much determined that my English comprehension stuff was at college level. My math stuff was below middle school. So I had to spend an entire summer basically doing basic arithmetic. I mean, and granted, that was perfectly fine, because it's like, I needed a refresher, and it turned out so well. You know, and of course I got another refresher when I had to do my GED, but, at least with my GED stuff, that was pretty easy. Like, I didn't even have to, like, I didn't even work on my, on any other subject. I think math was the only subject I needed help in, and that was it. And even then, the teachers were very, like, understanding and patient with me. And to think that I got a fucking award for, like, passing my GED class. Like, when I got my GED, they gave me an award for being the best student. I'm just like, like, honestly, I still have the plaque in my closet. It was so fucking awkward, because I hadn't even been there for, like, 6 months, and I got the award anyway, and I'm just like, I don't deserve this? I don't deserve this? And of course my reward, like, and it wasn't even just the plaque I got a bunch of other shit, including an iPad that I barely use, because I've never liked Apple products. It is some shit. But anyway, yeah, school sucked. I mean, I understand why education is important and all that, but it's like... Is this music? Yeah, I know, I gotta get back to the game. I've been at this for almost an hour. And I meant for this to be like maybe a 30-minute break. Damn. I'm very sorry about your brother. I'm hoping they're doing okay and all that. I mean, believe me, both my parents are alcoholics. Well, were/are alcoholics. You know, so I can completely understand, like... I mean, I've never been addicted, of course, but I can understand the feeling of living with it, even if you're not the one... even if you're not the one who is, you know... Anyway, I think we need to get back to the game, because we've been at this. We've been at this for too fucking long. It's already after midnight, and I gotta post Firefly up on AO3 tonight. Yes, I mean to close multiple tabs. Alright, let's get back to the game. There we go. Okay. Man, I feel like if I had a class trial, that probably would have been better. Seriously, I got way more school stories to share, like including the time where I got fucking assaulted. Granted, I didn't end up hurt. It was just, but it was still assault because man, I got pushed to the floor. And no one gave a fucking shit about it. Alright. Let's go. Well, I mean, I think that's how it is for a lot of comedians. Like, you know, for them, they tend to, like, make jokes about their own troubles. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of comedians suffer from depression and all that. Looking forward is the only option. Yeah, it is. Alright. December 28th, 9:51 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Let's finish this case! Alright. This is it. Judgment Day. Today, things are going to get settled at last. A lot of things. Oh, shit! Oh my god. Ah! But what's the big idea?
Sorry, Nick. I only touched your shoulder. I guess the shock hasn't worn off from my run-in with the stun gun yesterday. Anyhow, today's the last day of the trial. Good luck, Nick.
Yeah. Thanks, Maya. Oh. Hedgeworth is looking glum as always. I hope Von Karma doesn't push him too hard. Oh, whoops! Whoops! I forgot to bring the game up. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Sorry. Good thing I noticed quickly. Ah! What are you doing?
Sorry! I'm sorry! It's calling me working out the taser kinks. I just thought I'd cheer you up with a pat on the back.
Yeah, I've been hearing about Bo Burnham a lot, like I know that he's like a good, I know that a lot of people really like him because of his whole, the hell's the word I'm looking for? Because he tends to, like, showcase, like, the downfalls of being, like, I don't know if celebrity is the right word, but very much, I guess, like a popular artist. Maya, maybe you should go outside and discharge?
Right, good idea.
Try not to electrocute anyone on your way out. Oh, yeah, pal!
Sorry!
What's gotten into that girl? Detective Gumshoe. Morning, Mr. Edgeworth. Good morning. How did it go, Detective? Outcast? Never heard of him. Have no fear. As promised, I've captured our runaway caretaker. I just brought him in. Took all night, pal. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. You must be tired. Actually, after that shock I got on the way in, I feel pretty good. Yogi says he's forgotten his own name. But that has to be a lie. Why would he want revenge on Edgeworth if he couldn't remember his past? He does remember, and I'm going to prove it. Alright, December 28th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Let's settle this, Von Karma, you piece of shit!
Alright. Court is now in session for the trial of Miles Edgeworth.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Customer? Are you at work? The prosecution is ready.
Right. Very well. We've reached the final day of our proceedings in this trial. I ask the prosecution submit decisive evidence.
Understood.
Come on, don't be awed into silence by every little thing he says.
Very well, Mr. Von Karma, your opening statement.
Right. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe's efforts, the boat rental shop caretaker has been arrested. In yesterday's trial, the defense asserted that the caretaker was the murderer. However, the caretaker has yet to confirm this. I would like to ask the defense to cross-examine him as much as necessary.
Very well. Please bring the witness into the courtroom.
Ow!
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I believe you all remember our witness. He lives in the boat rental shop on the lake, from where he witnessed the incident. In addition, he has currently lost memory of his name and identity.
Witness! Why did you run away yesterday? Igati.
The witness was not running away, as he will now testify.
I see. Very well, please begin your testimony.
Ow!
What are you, at work or something? Why I left court.
I'm really sorry about just leaving yesterday like I did. But I wasn't running away or nothing. I went to buy some food for policy. I figured I got nothing to do with this incident anyhow. I mean, I need one of those motive things, right? And I don't got one. So my testimony yesterday stands as is.
Very well. Let's begin the cross-examination, shall we?
He has to know his name. Yanni Yogi. You're Yanni Yogi, and I'm going to prove it. how does that work? Because you have to deliver the food to the customer. Why I left court. Alright. I'm really sorry about just leaving yesterday like I did. Chota! I'd call what you did running away and not just leaving. You heard Larry's testimony and realized you were in danger.
Igiari.
Now, Mr. Wright, there's no need to rush to conclusions.
Oh my god, what are you doing watching my stream? 13-year-olds should not be watching me. I mean, granted, it's like, well, then again, I'm not gonna be one to speak, because even when I was 13, I was watching mature-only content, so... Let's see.
As I said, the witness was not running away. Listen to the testimony.
He sure seems relaxed. Little bitch. In fact, they both do. Von Karma and Yanni Yogi. But I wasn't running away or nothing. Chota! Then why did you leave?
Igiari.
Will you shut up?
He's just about to say why. Is it so hard for you to just quietly listen when someone is talking?
If I sat quietly, Edgeworth would be guilty in 3 minutes. And I'm not about to let my lover go to jail. I went to buy some food for Policy. Chota! Do you get actual money from that? Wait, on Rule 34? Am I reading that right? Rule 34? Or is that, like... Food? Well, Polly's a bit of a gourmand, you see. She only eats these high-quality bird pellets from France. They only have them in the big pet shop downtown. But you weren't arrested until this morning. Why didn't you go back to the caretaker's shack? Well, I kind of got lost, you see.
Igiari.
The witness has trouble remembering things sometimes. When the police apprehended him, he was on his way back to the shack.
Yeah, right. Nice try, Von Karma. No one's going to believe that.
I see. So he was lost.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Please, Your Honor, come to your senses! I figured I got nothing to do with this incident anyhow. Chota! You've lost much of your memory, is that correct? Yup, seems like it. Then how could you know that you didn't have anything to do with this incident? Or maybe you're lying about not having your memory, You know exactly who you are. Okay, maybe I'm just not quite getting it. I'm 24 years old. I am a zoomer boomer. Alright?
Igiari.
The witness has testified quite clearly that he has no memory of who he is. If you claim he's lying, then show the court proof. How am I supposed to prove what's going on in that old codger's head? That's impossible. I'm glad you've come to your senses, Mr. Wright. Very well, witness. Please continue.
I'm saying I don't understand, and I think we'll just end it there. I mean, I need one of those motive things, right? And I don't got one.
Chota!
How can you say you had no motive? I say you do! You had a grudge against Edgeworth and the victim, Robert Hammond. That's why you took revenge on them, right?
Iggyari.
Please don't make me repeat myself, Mr. Wright. This witness has no memory of anything beyond several years ago. He can't hold a grudge. It's impossible.
I have to prove he's lying about his memory. Otherwise, it's going to be the same thing over and over until the trial ends.
Might I say something, Mr. Wright?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor?
You've been saying the same thing now over and over. You've been calling the witness's memory of the past or lack thereof into question. But does this really have anything to do with the current case?
Of course, Your Honor. The witness has said he has nothing to do with this case and no motive. Yeah, let's not talk about this. Both of these statements are lies. You're a liar.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright, there is a serious problem with your claim. Or are you saying you know who this witness is?
Of course, Your Honor.
Haha. Now, this is interesting. I would like to know myself. So, who is he?
Don't play dumb, Von Karma. There should be a comma right there.
Mr. Wright, please tell us this witness's name.
Yanni Yogi. His name is Yanni Yogi, a former court bailiff.
Yogi? That name seems familiar. Oh! Yanni Yogi! From the DL6 incident!
I figures the judge would have heard of it. It was such a famous case.
But what does this mean?
Your Honor, if this man is Mr. Yogi, then he has a clear motive.
Iggyari.
Jumping to conclusions again, Mr. Wright. This man, this witness, is Yanni Yogi. Fascinating. However, how do you propose to prove this to the court? This is a court of law, as you may recall. You need proof. And allow me to repeat once more that the witness has lost his memory.
This is it. I have to do this now. If I can't prove he's Yogi right here, right now, I need to actually check the court record real quick. We still have this for some reason. You know, we never did check out the DL6 case report. Case summary. The date, December 28th, 2001. Location, Elevator District Courthouse. Air in elevator was oxygen depleted at time of incident. No clues found on the scene. Victim data. Gregory Edgeworth, age 35. Oh, he was 35. Okay. Defense attorney. Trapped in elevator returning from a lost trial with son Miles Edgeworth, age 9. One bullet found in heart. The murder weapon was fired twice. Suspect data. Yanni Yogi, age 37. Court bailiff. Trapped in elevator with the Edgeworths. Memory loss due to oxygen deprivation. After his arrest, fiancée Polly Jenkins committed suicide.
Oh, Polly, okay!
Then I've got nowhere else to go.
Nick! How are you going to prove it? How can you prove that he's Yanni Yogi?
It's okay.
It's actually quite simple. Your Honor, please take this man's fingerprints. Then we'll compare them to the fingerprints on file for Yanni Yogi 15 years ago.
I see. That makes sense.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Huh? I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright.
Why?
The witness has no fingerprints.
What? What? No fingerprints? Oh, how convenient. You see, before I worked as a caretaker, I worked as a chemical plant. I burned my fingers working with the stuff. Yup. What? Yogi, you sneaky bastard! You burned your fingerprints off to hide your past! Man, imagine you... Man.
Well, if the witness has no fingerprints, I guess we will not be able to prove his identity.
No!
Well, what will you do, Mr. Wright? It seems that the case has been decided, no?
No! I know what happened. I know everything. I just can't prove it. But no, I can't let it end like this. I can't lose. There has to be another way.
There is no one who can testify as to who this witness is. No one.
Nick, what are we going to do?
I didn't even consider that he might have erased his fingerprints. What do I do?
Well, Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to cross-examine his parrot for a little comic relief,
Yeah, very funny. You're a sore winner, Von Karma. Asshole.
Wait a second.
And this is where one of the dumbest ideas ever comes into play.
Cross-examine his parrot?
What is it, Nick? No, you're not going to...
Your Honor, the defense would like to take Mr. Von Karma up on his proposal.
Take Mr. Von Karma up?
On my proposal?
Exactly, Your Honor. I would like to cross-examine the witness's pet parrot. Order!
Well, what do you think, Mr. Von Karma?
Need you even ask? This is a farce. I object.
Iggyari! Wait a second. You were the one who suggested I cross-examine the parrot, Ms. Von Karma. Listen, Phoenix is known for, pulling shit out of his ass and making it work, alright? I have a right to do as you suggested.
Well, if you're so desperate, then please, be my guest.
Alright.
Of course, should you go through with this, and nothing comes of it, then I hope you're ready for the consequences.
Nick, this is crazy!
Crazy enough to work, Maya.
Well, still want to go through with your little game?
Yeah! Listen, I'm known for pulling shit out of my ass. Let the parrot take the stand. I will cross-examine her, Your Honor.
This is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard.
Von Karma's rigged every person's testimony, every piece of evidence.
Except the parrot. She's my last chance.
At least I think so. I really want to know what the fuck Edgeworth was thinking when Wright did this shit. Like, he had to have been thinking, this man is fucking insane. He really loves me, huh? I mean, honestly, I love the idea. Like, honestly, I kind of love the idea that even though Edgeworth thinks that this is, like, some of the most ridiculous shit he's ever about to get that he's ever fucking, like, witnessed, he has to be thinking, like, a part of him has to be thinking that, like, holy fuck, Phoenix is actually just devoted to me. Holy fuck, that's kinda nice. You know?
Bailiff, bring in the parrot.
Hello!
That's quite a bird. Please tell us your name. Name! The witness is ignoring me.
It must hurt to be ignored by a bird. Oh, believe me, I get ignored by my cat all the time.
Ahem. Very well, witness.
You're not wrong. He either loves me or trying to get me into jail, or both, I mean. Well, the thing is, well, what use is there in Phoenix putting him to jail? It's like, Miles ain't gonna look good with them. I was gonna say convict stripes, but it's like, considering this is Japan, yeah, inmates don't wear striped uniforms. Like, they pretty much just wear, like, plain white clothes.
Who is your owner? Please, testify for us.
Like, seriously, man, it's like, I mean, honestly, like, I mean, again, I have to wonder what the fuck is going through Edgeworth's mind during this case when it comes to Phoenix's antics, like, I mean, granted, we know, like, how he felt when, Maya told him that, you know, the whole reason Phoenix became a defense attorney was because of him. I mean, it's like, I mean, listen, even though Edgeworth may not ever admit it, like, he has to be feeling touched. Like, the fact that this man is willing to go this far for him. For him! Like, that's romantic as fuck! Alright, who is your owner?
Hello! Hello! Wah!
And that's it. And keep in mind, this was in 2000. This game was released in 2001. These are queer-coded people.
Certainly the most concise testimony we've had so far. Very well, begin your cross-examination.
Is that a fucking... I mean, it's canonical that, Miles, that Edgeworth does have a pet. He does have a pet. I don't think he ever shows up in the games, but in the anime and in, certain pieces of official art, he does have a dog. It's a Pomeranian that I think he named Pess. Right.
What are you going to do, Nick?
I don't know. What do we do, Maya? I mean, the funny thing is, though, too, is that the anime does show that the defendant is there in the courtroom. We just don't see them. We just don't see them in the game. So he's probably looking at this bird and probably going, "Is that a fucking parrot?" Is that a fucking chicken?
Hello! Hello! Ah!
Chota! Witness, you can't just say hello and expect us to get anywhere.
I want you to testify. Maya, you talk to her.
Right! What do I say?
Have we forgotten something? As I recall 2 days ago...
Polly, have we forgotten something? Ah! Don't forget, DO6! Squat!
If I can get Polly to say that here, that will prove that the caretaker had something to do with DL6.
Polly, have we forgotten something? Hello! Ah! That's not what you're supposed to say. Forgot! Something we forgot! Hello! Ah! Uh-oh, it's not working, Nick. She won't say it.
This is ridiculous. Why won't she say it? Something's the matter, Mr. Wright. Wait. Don't tell me Von Karma expected this. He couldn't have retrained the parrot, could he? Did he train her not to respond when we asked if we'd forgotten anything? That little bitch. Witness.
What do I say, Nick?
What's your name? Maybe I should get her to say her name.
Polly, what's your name? Polly! Ah!
I love this parrot.
Mr. Wright, I think we've established that this parrot is named Polly. Does this have anything to do with her owner's identity?
Of course it does. Because we read over that case report. Yes, it does. Ha! Fascinating. You claim that the parrot's name will prove her owner's identity. Then show us this proof.
Nick, don't you think you're taking the bluffing a little too far?
Listen, we're not here to answer the question of who is the caretaker. We're here to prove that he is Yanni Yogi. Bar? What bar? What bar? I don't see anything. I don't see a bar. Not in my preview, at least. All we have to do is tie the name Polly to Yogi. Your Honor. Is the stream doing something weird? Because there's not a bar in the top right-hand corner. The proof that the parrot's name reveals the caretaker's identity is... Okay. Just want to make sure. Yeah, suspect data. After his arrest, fiancé Polly Jenkins committed suicide. So this thing. Cry!
The DL6 case file? Iggyati.
That's quite a large file you have there. Which page is this proof on, then? Show us or stop wasting our time.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please show us the page. Where in this file is the information connected to this parrot's name?
Plush, I really need you to answer my question. What bar? Because I can't check the stream right now. It's on the suspect data page. This page has all the information about Yanni Yogi. Right after he was arrested, his fiancée committed suicide, see?
Indeed, it does say that, yes.
What was his fiancée's name?
Polly Jenkins. Polly!
Exactly, Your Honor. He wanted to remember the name of his fiancée who had committed suicide. Alright, I'm gonna check the stream on my phone real quick, because I don't like that I saw that question. I'm like,
freaking out about it. I mean, it still says I'm streaming on my end. Yeah, I'm still live. I mean, it still says I'm streaming on my end. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Yeah, that legit scared the fuck out of me, because I was like, what's wrong? I'm sorry, that's what I mean when I say I have anxiety because of things not working right. Alright, he wanted to remember the name of his fiancée who had committed suicide. That's why he named his parrot after her. I'll keep a lookout for that, though, because I swear I don't know what you were talking about.
I see. I guess that is possible. Igiari.
Bah! A mere coincidence, that's all. My granddaughter has a dog she calls Phoenix. Well, Mr. Phoenix, Wright, does this make you my granddaughter's fiancé?
Well, no, first off, I only have one person in mind, and that is a man, and he's sitting over there. I'm hoping there was something in the game, because I'm like, ugh.
She's only 7 years old.
Also, can you believe this man had a child?
Indeed. Alone it is a little weak for evidence in a murder trial. We would need some other corroborating evidence.
Where am I going to find that?
Nick, we're getting closer. One more, if we can just get one more piece of evidence.
Right. But what?
Very well, witness. You may continue.
Excuse me.
Hello! Ah! La 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 la.
Well, he had to have had a child if he has a granddaughter. What's the safe number?
Maybe I'll get her to say this number that's safe.
Huh? The safe? Why?
Let's just try to get her to say anything, okay?
Polly, what was the number to the safe in the shack? 1228, 1228. What?
My, what a reckless parrot! Well, Mr. Wright, you aren't claiming that this number has something to do with the caretaker.
Actually, it does.
Actually, it does. That's why I had her say it. Ha! Ridiculous. How can the number to a safe tell us who the caretaker is? Show us your proof. What could possibly link this number to the caretaker's true identity?
I mean, first of all, too, he also had to get married.
Cry? The DL6 case file. The DL6 case file? What is this obsession you have with that case?
Mr. Wright, where in this file is something relating to that safe number?
Case summary.
It's on the case summary page.
The case summary?
Specifically, the date on which the DL6 incident occurred.
The date of the incident? December 28th? Why, that's today's date, 15 years ago.
And the number on that safe is 1228.
Ah!
He used the date of the DL6 incident as the numbers for his safe, Your Honor. That's how important that date was to him.
I see. It certainly is an interesting coincidence. People often do set their secret numbers to dates.
Honestly, like, I mean, to be honest, though, I don't know if this shows up, but, a lot of my, user A lot of my usernames tend to have, like, the numbers, 1567 and 1997. I mean, clearly the second number is my birth year, but 1567 literally is just a random ass, like, number. Like, I think it was because, like, when I was making my first ever YouTube account. Oh, the health bar. Okay. I get what you're saying now. No, that's a health bar. Yeah, and it does show you how much you screw up. Yeah, that's a health bar. That only shows up whenever, you're in the cross-examination phase or when you're trying to show evidence. Yeah, that's your health bar. Okay. Yeah, that's normal. In the original game, actually, you didn't even have a health bar. You had like 5 exclamation points. It was after the first game that they just went ahead with the HP bar.
Igiari.
Anyways, I was saying, it's like, yeah, 1567 literally was just like a random ass number that YouTube decided to give me when I made my account, and I just stuck with it ever since.
Bah, this is not tangible proof. I set my ATM card's number to 0001 because I'm number 1. This has nothing to do with a date. Nothing.
That's enough. I think we've reached a conclusion here.
This is a mere coincidence, that's all.
True, that is a possibility. However, 2 coincidences at the same time seems more like a pattern to me.
Okay, I'm not mad at you. I'm just like, I just got really worried when he said, like, what was that bar? And I was like, what bar? And I got super concerned.
What are you saying?
Summon the caretaker of the boat shop. Immediately.
And hopefully they actually kept an eye on him this time.
Here I am!
Witness. Tell us your name. Igiari.
Wait. This witness, he doesn't remember.
No. It's okay. Oh shit, here we go, baby!
I've accomplished what I wanted to do. I'm done.
Nick! He looks totally different!
This is the real Yogi, I think. Finally. He's been acting feeble to hide his true identity. Acting for 15 years.
Well, let me ask you again. Please state your name for the court. My name is Yanni Yogi. 15 years ago, I served as a bailiff in this very court.
Holy shit. Jackson?
Order! Yanni Yogi. So was it you who killed Robert Hammond?
Oh, Jacket, okay. I was like, oh, typo.
And tried to frame Miles Edgeworth for his death? Yes, it was me. I did it.
Aw, man, I've... Ever since I got my new phone, I've been dealing with the autocorrect issue, and it sucks.
They put me on the witness stand 15 years ago. Robert Hammond. He said I was mentally unsound. He told me it would make me innocent, get me off the hook. So, I pretended to have brain damage. I was innocent, really, but he didn't believe me. We won the trial, but I lost everything. I lost my job, my fiancé, my social standing. Then, this year, 15 years later, a package arrived. It was a letter, and a pistol. The plan was written out in careful detail. It was a plan for me to take my revenge on the people who ruined my life. I didn't care who had sent it. I thought this was my chance. After 15 years, this was it. Finally, a chance to have my revenge on Robert Hammond and Miles Edgeworth. I have no regrets. Well, wait a moment. Revenge? Against Miles Edgeworth? What do you mean? I'm not at liberty to speak on that matter. Why don't you ask Mr. Edgeworth yourself?
Man, it's like, his story is kind of sad. But imagine blaming a 9-year-old child. Like, imagine, like, taking revenge against a then 9-year-old child. Oh my god. Like, imagine thinking that he ruined your life, and it's like, bitch, he was 9! He was you were attacking his father!
Anyway, I admit it. I was the one who killed Robert Hammond. Von Karma, where is Mr. Yogi?
Under arrest, Your Honor. I saw no room for error in his confession.
Then, the defendant Miles Edgeworth is...
innocent. In this case, at least.
Very well. Will the defendant please take the stand?
Well, that was easy.
There are a few mysteries left unsolved. Still, you are cleared of suspicion for this particular case. So I would like to pass judgment on the murder of Mr. Robert Hammond. Any objections?
Look at this 9-year-old committed murder. It's so stupid. It's like, listen, I understand, right? Here's the thing. I understand that, you know, yeah, he was innocent. You know? And it fucking sucks that, you know, and it fucking sucks that he, you know, that pretty much his life was ruined because of this. I understand being mad about that, and I understand feeling sympathy for that. But it's also like, it's not Edgeworth's fault. Like, even if he did kill his dad, like, it was accidental, and you were attacking his dad. Like, no shit that he was no shit that he was trying to stop you. Just be lucky that the gun didn't go off in your direction.
I don't believe it. Why isn't Von Karma saying anything?
Very well. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth,
not guilty. Punch, 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 punch. I was gonna say, if the confetti would like to stop.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Iggy.
Oh, god damn it!
Did someone just say objection?
It wasn't Von Karma. Wait, but that means...
because he was breathing up the air. Like, that's the only reason. I mean, okay. Alright, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. They were stuck in an elevator for 5 hours. It was dark and they were running out of room. Room? I meant air, sorry. You know, they were running out of air. And, you know, so I think if, and you know, so it's pretty, and at the very least what the flashback showed, it showed that, it pretty much just showed that Yogi was not acting mentally well. So it could, you know, so I think it was just like a case of irrational anger. If that makes sense.
No. Miles! Edgeworth!
Your Honor, I object to your judgment.
What do you mean?
I'm not innocent at all. As we have heard, Yanni Yogi killed Robert Hammond in revenge. But revenge for what?
Nick! Edgeworth is trying to confess! He's going to say he's guilty! He's going to tell them he was the murderer in the DL6 incident! He's going to tell them he killed his own dad!
Uh-oh, what do I do? Raise an objection. Igiotti, the judgment has already been passed. I object to Edgeworth's outburst.
Igiotti.
Well, he didn't murder, Gregory. He just attacked him. I mean, again, Gregory was killed by a bullet. He didn't, like, it wasn't like, Yogi, like, beat the fuck out of him. You know, I mean, and again, he was charged for the murder, not the assault, so...
Didn't something like this happen yesterday too? I believe a certain witness raised an objection after a guilty verdict was passed.
That would be Larry.
We must hear this new statement. We must hear Miles Edgeworth.
He's right. We have a duty to hear Mr. Edgeworth out.
God damn it. For 15 years, I have had a recurring dream. A nightmare. It's only a nightmare. That's what I told myself. But now I know it wasn't a dream. Yanni Yogi wasn't the killer.
You mean, in the incident where your father died?
From the distance of the shot, it wasn't suicide either. Everything was as clear as day. The murderer, the criminal, in the DL6 incident. It was me. Your Honor, I confess my guilt. I am guilty for DL6, the statute of limitations of which ends today. The culprit is me. Well, I don't think we'll ever know if it was or wasn't attempted murder. Like, again, as I said before, Yogi was not of sound mind when he attacked, Gregory. How should I explain this? Like, he did attack him, but I don't think he was ever intending to kill him. Like, I feel like it would only really be attempted murder if he had intent to, like, kill him. He expressed it. Which, I guess you can argue that he did. But I think if anything, he was just trying to make him stop breathing in the air. Granted, I don't know if, like, oxygen intake is different when we're passed out. I'm not a biology expert. Manslaughter, I believe. I think manslaughter is the term you're looking for. But even so, like, if the gun... I think the thing is here, right, is that... is that, I mean, how would they have even known that Yogi tried to attack, Gregory? I mean, I guess I would assume then that it would have been, Miles who said that, like, oh yeah, he attacked my father. It could have either been Miles or, Yogi himself who confessed that he attacked Gregory. Or there could have been evidence that suggested that Gregory and the Gar and Yogi got into a scuffle before the time of death. I mean, again, we just don't know. I mean, honestly, I feel like the anime probably cleared this up better, but I don't remember this part of the anime.
Order! Order! This is certainly unexpected. The defendant, declared innocent, is confessing to a different crime.
You're gonna have to consult some lawyers on that. I don't know why it's called manslaughter.
A crime for which the statute of limitations runs out today. I'm not really sure how I should deal with this.
Bah! It's obvious. We hold a trial. Right here, right now. We try this man for his crime of 15 years ago.
I think I would like to take a 5-minute recess. During this time, I will consider the appropriate course of action to take. Court is adjourned.
Phoenix is like, God damn it, babe! What the fuck? I almost got you out!
December 28th, 2:24 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
I'm sorry, Wright. I've just wasted all of your effort. God damn it, Pale, why'd you do that? You were so close. Mr. Edgeworth, I just don't believe it, sir. I mean, you kill your dad? I didn't want to believe it myself, Detective. But it's the truth. I deserve to be punished. Murder is murder, no matter what the circumstances.
This is crazy! Just crazy!
Nick? What are you doing?
Huh? Oh. I was just reading through the court record once more. I'm getting my case ready.
Your case? For what?
Huh? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to prove that Miles Edgeworth is innocent. Oh, we're dropping frames again. No shit, Miles. Yeah.
What are you talking about, Pale? He just admitted to it.
I mean, listen, I've been a detective for many years, Pale. This ain't good. He confessed that he did it, in court. I'm sorry, Edgeworth, but I don't believe your nightmare. What? It's just a dream. It's not real. The truth is right here in this court record. In any case, tighten your belts. The real fight is just beginning. I'll prove you're innocent. Trust me. Right. I don't believe you're guilty, Miles. Not 1 second. And I'll prove it to you. December 28th, 2:30 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3.
Now then, I would like to resume our trial.
Judge, Miles Edgeworth has admitted to his own guilt. He has confessed his crime.
Well, I think it's just shocking the fact that, like, I mean, I think it's just shocking, both Maya and Gumshoe, the fact that Phoenix is, like, still wanting to defend Edgeworth, because, dude, this is an uphill battle. You know, it's like, if your client confesses to the crime in court, and you're still trying to defend him and say that, like, no, he actually didn't do it, that's gonna be real tough to prove, you know? I mean, not to mention, too, that's like, even, you know, I mean, not to mention, too, that it's like, I think Phoenix would still do it, even if he didn't believe, Edgeworth was innocent, because, that's his lover, that's his lover, that's his boy, that's his man, like, he has to prove him innocent.
Let us begin by hearing his testimony. Then, though pointless, let the defense do their cross-examining. The statute of limitations on the Dale 6 incident runs out today. Though it's unconventional for me, I'd like to run this one by the book.
Wow, really, Von Karma?
I see. Does the defense have any objections?
Nope.
No, Your Honor. Von Karma, you knew this was going to happen from the very beginning, didn't you? Piece of shit.
Very well. Will Miles Edgeworth take the stand?
We're finishing this case tonight, whether we go on longer or not.
Will the witness state his name and profession?
Miles Edgeworth. I am a prosecuting attorney.
Mr. Edgeworth, 15 years ago, you mistakenly killed your father, Gregory Edgeworth. Is this correct?
It is correct.
Then testify about this matter to the court.
When Edgeworth was telling me about his dream yesterday, I noticed something.
One detail didn't quite fit.
That will be the key, but only if I can get it to work.
Please, please.
Witness testimony, the DL6 incident. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get to the bottom of this. I mean, considering that we're now trying to solve the DL6 incident, well, here we go. That day, I had gone to the courtroom to observe one of my father's trials. As we went to leave, an earthquake struck, trapping us in the elevator. My father and Mr. Yogi lost their composure and began to argue. Just then, something heavy fell at my feet. I picked it up and threw it at Mr. Yogi. I wanted them to stop fighting. A moment later, there was a single gunshot, then a scream. It was a terrible scream. I remember it to this day. That's all.
And until now, you thought this memory was a dream.
We were stuck in that elevator for 5 hours. The oxygen in the elevator ran out, and I lost my memory of the events.
Bah! The same claim Mr. Yogi has made.
Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. That's just a theory, though. A game theory. Man, game theory's really kind of gone down in terms of morality, huh? I mean, I haven't heard much about them, but I did hear that they're not particularly, proven themselves to be upright. I mean, the only incident I recall from game theory was the incident in which they played through an indie game called Heartbound, which was basically, like, inspired by Undertale. And it's a game that I still actually really want to play. But basically, they played through that game, and and the thing is, though, with indie games, is that they want to be seen, they want to have attention and all that. And I think if I remember right, around that time, the game was doing a crowdfunding test, if that makes sense. And because Game Theory is a big channel, you know, with a big audience, that, you know, that's gonna get a lot of, you know, recognition. However, Game Theory didn't link the indie games page in the description of their live stream, and then they tried to double down on that. Like, I mean, pretty much it was a big fiasco, I remember. And it was because of that that I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try if I ever play any indie game, I want to try my best to leave a link in the description below. So that, you know, if anyone were to come across my stream, they can be like, oh, what's this about? I guess I'll look in the description to see if it's there. Oh, it's there! Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I want to try my best to support indie game developers, because, a lot of the times their games are better than AAA shit, so... That's why in the, Without a Voice stream, and the, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Randomizer streams, I have a link down below of their stuff, in case people want to try it out for themselves. That day, I had gone to the courtroom to observe one of my father's trials. Chota! What was the trial your father was involved in on that day? Oh, sorry, I skipped over that by accident. I don't remember that very clearly. Only 2 things. I know my father lost, and Mr. Von Karma was the prosecuting attorney.
Mr. Von Karma, you were handling that case.
It was 15 years ago. I don't remember the details.
That was when Edgeworth pointed out the problem in Von Karma's evidence. As we went to leave, an earthquake struck, trapping us in the elevator.
Chota!
So there were 3 people, including yourself, trapped in that elevator. What happened with Lisa the Painful? I never heard of anything surrounding that game. Yes, myself, my father, and Yanni Yogi. We were fine at first, but then as time passed and no one came to help, my father and Mr. Yogi lost their composure and began to argue.
Chota!
What did you do then? I was a 9-year-old boy at the time. What could I do? I was scared, trembling in the corner. But then, just then something heavy fell at my feet.
Chota!
What was it? A pistol. I assume it was the bailiff, Yanni Yogi's. The safety must have come off when it fell from his holster. And you picked it up. What happened next? I picked it up and threw it at Mr. Yogi and wanted them to stop fighting.
Chota!
I did see an LP of Lisa the Painful, and, it's depressing as fuck. Seriously, man. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say it was a bad game. I don't think it was a bad game at all. It's just depressing. And I think it's only really good in small increments as opposed to, like, long sittings, because, sometimes you don't want to get depressed. Did you know it was a pistol when you threw it? I think I knew. I knew it was dangerous. But the air was getting so thick, I panicked.
So, you're saying that you threw the pistol at Mr. Yogi?
I was in a daze. A moment later, there was a single gunshot, then a scream.
Chota!
The gun fired once? Yes. I think after I threw it, I lost consciousness. Since then, they've echoed in my head every day. That gunshot and that horrible scream. The scream. It was a terrible scream. I remember it to this day.
Chota!
To this day? Yes. I can practically hear it now. I doubt I will ever forget that scream as long as I live. There it is! One part of that testimony clearly contradicts the evidence. But I don't know what it means. I better find out, and quick. Okay. Alright, so... Can I check this real quick? The thing is, though, is that it says here, one bullet found in heart, the murder weapon was fired twice. I think this is the right evidence, but I'll save just in case. Bum 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 bum. Iggy! Are you sure you only heard one gunshot? I have never shot a gun in my life. I remember only one time that me and my brother held a rifle. It was one of my uncle's. My mom was very adamant about never getting a gun because she hated them. And when she found out that our uncle, her brother, let us even touch one, she got so mad at him. And I think it was at that point that we never talked to our uncle again. She was pissed. But then again, seriously, that particular uncle of mine, I don't even think he really gives a fuck about me or my brother. Like, my mom's side of the family was terrible. Let's just say. And while he wasn't, like, as bad as the rest of them, he was still kind of bad. And I don't think he really gave a fuck about me or my brother. Because, I mean, he never called us, never visited us, like, seriously, he just did his own thing. And considering how much of an asshole he is, I am kind of glad for that. Yes, I'm sure of that. I heard the shot and the scream. Then everything faded. I was unconscious until the rescuers came.
I see.
No, Your Honor, unfortunately, you don't. Look at this file one more time. This plainly contradicts the witness's testimony. I just bit my tongue.
Iggy!
You do enjoy dragging out that file, don't you?
I don't accept this evidence, unless you can tell us what page it's on. Which page contradicts Miles Edgeworth's testimony? Victim data. Look at the victim data in this file. It says it quite plainly. The murder weapon was fired twice. Miles Edgeworth only heard one gunshot. Yet, the murder weapon was fired twice. The first shot was the accidental firing when the pistol was thrown. So, who fired the remaining shot?
Was there perhaps another shooter who fired that second shot? Iggy.
Your Honor, as I'm sure you're aware, This incident occurred 15 years ago. The evidence is dated.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a problem with people who own guns, obviously. Well, obviously, the only problem I have with people who own guns is if the person is not responsible and should never be in, and should never be, anywhere near a fucking gun. But those are probably more outliers than majority. I don't have a problem with people who do own guns so long as they, practice gun safety and they keep it out of harm and they keep it out of, reach, They keep it in a safe place where, they know that, strangers aren't gonna get to it.
The pistol did fire twice. However, we do not know when that second shot was fired. It might have been fired the day before the incident. There is no proof that the second shot had anything to do with this incident. What?
I see. You do have a point, Mr. Wright. The murder weapon was fired twice, as we have heard. One of those shots was fired by the defendant, a boy at the time. Do you have any proof that the other shot fired had something to do with the case?
Yes. Your Honor, I think I will be able to show you proof.
What? Impossible!
Now, Mr. Von Karma. Save your surprise for after you've seen the evidence. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show us your proof. Do you have evidence that the second firing of the pistol is related to this incident?
Yes, I do. Alright, so obviously you can tell where the bullet struck Gregory, right? But if you look, I don't know if my cursor's probably not going to show up, but look at the glass of the elevator door.
Cry!
Look at this photograph.
Look at this graph!
This is a photograph of the scene of the crime 15 years ago. I can see that the victim lying there is Gregory Edgeworth.
This proves the murder weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. This photo proves it.
So let me get this straight. This photo proves 2 shots were fired. Where?
Oh my god, Your Honor, why are you so blind?
Your Honor, please. Please get a clue.
Show the judge the contradiction in the photo. Because God knows he's too blind.
Could I? As should be obvious, the contradiction is here.
I see. A bullet hole in the door.
What the fuck, Your Honor? Your Honor! Gregory Edgeworth was killed by a shot from the pistol. Yet, there's also a bullet hole in the elevator door. We also know that the murder weapon was fired twice. Thus, someone other than Edgeworth fired that second shot.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright, what are you driving at?
It's simple, Your Honor. At the time of the incident, 2 shots were fired. One went into Gregory Edgeworth's heart. The other hit the elevator door. Remember that the defendant lost consciousness after the shot he fired rang out. In conclusion, we must agree that the second shot was fired by someone else.
Yeah, exactly! All we need is some Spanish words and then we're golden.
Mr. Wright, but who could that someone else be?
The murderer, of course.
Ighiati.
I knew I should have stepped in before your wild fantasies got out of hand. Mr. Wright, look once more at the DL6 incident case file. Look closely. Try the case summary page.
The case summary? That's on page 1.
Look what is written there. Not a single clue was found on this scene. If the pistol had indeed been fired 2 times, then the other bullet would have been discovered on this scene.
He does have a point.
That second bullet has never been found. Why? Because the second bullet does not exist. The bullet that claimed Gregory Edgeworth's life was the one fired by his own son. That is the truth of this matter. The whole truth. It was undoubtedly something else that made that bullet hole in the door.
God, I can't. I'm trying my best to keep the accent. It is hard.
Order! I will have order! Mr. Wright has proven one thing to us quite clearly. That the murder weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. However, as Mr. Von Karma says, the second bullet fired was not found. It is highly unlikely that the police merely overlooked the second bullet. So, all we have is the single bullet fired. I'm afraid I have to discount the defense's claim.
I praise the judge for his wisdom in this matter.
Gah! How did this happen? I don't believe that the second bullet didn't exist. Was I wrong?
Oh god, here we go. ¿Dónde está el pinche puto? Oh god. I don't speak Spanish. ¿Dónde está el pinche puto payaso? O mira, es Van Kame el payaso.
Have I been wrong about this whole incident?
What are you doing, Nick? Why aren't you raising an objection?
I'm sorry, Maya.
What?
It looks like I was wrong.
Nick!
If the second bullet wasn't there, then all my conjectures are for nothing.
No! But you said you'd do it, Nick! You said you'd get Edgeworth declared innocent!
Where's the fucking bitch-ass clown? Oh, look, it's Von Karma the clown. ¿Dónde está el pinche puto payaso? Oh, mira, es Van Karma el payaso. I don't know how to speak Spanish. I'm sorry. It's just, when I saw the photograph, I thought that 2 shots had been fired. I was so certain of it. I thought I'd won. I thought there was another person, someone else who fired the killing shot. But now, I was wrong to think it could be that simple. This case has stood unsolved for 15 years.
Nick!
Phoenix just looks over at Edgeworth. The saddest look in his fucking eyes, and Edgeworth just meets it and just accepts it. Just resigned. And it fucking sucks.
Well, it seems that we have finally cleared up this incident. Only 1 bullet was found at the scene of the crime. That shot was fired by Miles Edgeworth.
Precisely.
I would like to ask one thing of Miles Edgeworth before passing my verdict. Have you been paying attention to the trial so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections?
No. No, I do not.
So you killed your father, though that was not your intention.
Yes, I did.
Oh no! He's accepted the guilt!
Very well. The statute of limitations on the murder of Gregory Edgeworth runs out today. Therefore, I must pronounce a verdict on the defendant today, right here.
Right now.
Indeed. Does anyone have any objections?
I've been here before. It's just like my first day in court. There are so many things I know I should be saying, but my mind's gone blank. I can't find the words.
Mr. Wright.
No objections. I don't have any evidence. Every lead I thought I had has been squashed. This is really the end. Edgeworth. I'm sorry. I closed my eyes. What was it that I had been doing all this time? Wasn't my whole life leading up to today? But now that I'm here, I know I failed. Mia, I'm sorry. No. Not yet. Huh? Maya?
What? Object. Your only weapon. Are you okay? Nick?
What's happening to me? I have to think. Wait. Don't think. Act. Igiotti! Your Honor. I object. Mr. Wright, on what grounds do you object, Ugh.
Nick!
I don't know. His case is perfect.
Oh no.
Gah!
It must exist. The second bullet.
What? What did you just say?
Nothing!
The second bullet must exist? But where?
Someone took it.
It seems waiting is not going to produce us any answers from Mr. Wright.
Wait a fucking minute. Wait, Your Honor. The second bullet, it existed.
What? But we've just heard proof that it did not exist.
I realize that, Your Honor. I'm really grasping here. It's just, someone took it from the scene of the crime. That's what happened.
But who?
The murderer.
Igiotti.
The murderer. Then tell us, just who is this murderer? I'm still thinking about that one.
So the criminal took the second bullet. But why?
Huh?
First of all, how would they have found it? It's not easy to find a stray bullet, Mr. Wright. Was there some pressing need for the murderer to search for that bullet?
The murderer didn't need it. Why would the murderer have spent the time to look for that stray bullet? I haven't got a clue.
What's wrong, Mr. Wright?
Fuck! The murderer had no reason to take that bullet. You don't want to admit it, but it's true. Had to take it. Had to take it. The murderer? What does that mean?
You're thinking too normal. Think crazy. Don't think why the bullet was taken. Think why the bullet had to be taken.
Mr. Wright!
Yes, Your Honor! I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Well, the murderer had no intention of taking the bullet from the scene. But, the murderer had to take that bullet.
Had to, Mr. Wright. What do you mean?
Well, for instance...
For instance, what?
Maybe the bullet, hit the murderer?
The bullet hit the murderer?
Just saying, for instance. I mean, if it hit you, you would have to take it with you, wouldn't you? It's not like you could perform surgery right there. You know? Wait a second. I was just talking off the top of my head, but what if that's what really happened?
Let me get this straight. So at the time of the murderer themselves was shot, and they left with the second bullet still inside of them, thus leaving only one bullet at the scene of the crime.
Yes. I guess that's how it would work, yeah.
But there's a problem with that. The other two people rescued from that elevator, Miles Edgeworth and Yanni Yogi, were both unharmed. So that would mean...
The murderer came from outside, yeah!
What you thinking, Plush? Who you think is the murderer? I mean, I know who it is, but I'm not spoiling.
The two men fight inside the elevator. Trying to stop them, the boy picks up the pistol at his feet and throws it.
I have no idea who's speaking.
The pistol discharges and the bullet...
Phoenix needs some water. You're not wrong.
The bullet goes through the elevator door and hits the murderer outside. The boy loses consciousness. Then the murderer opens the elevator door and sees the men inside.
Mr. Wright, you are truly the most unpredictable defense attorney I've ever known. I can tell you're grasping, yet I cannot deny the possibility of what you say. Igati.
What are you saying? Deny it! Deny it! No one involved with the incident was wounded. There was no murderer. We'll see. No one was wounded at the time of the incident. He's right. I can't think of anyone.
Hey, Nick?
Huh?
I just thought of something really crazy.
Crazy?
Remember what Mr. Grossberg said yesterday?
Oh, fuck you. Why would you do this? Gregory Edgeworth dealt a blow to his perfect trial record.
Wow.
It must have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see. Yes, an unusual event for the man. That was the first and the last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting.
What if Von Karma didn't take that vacation because of shock?
But took it because he was injured.
Which would mean...
It could only mean one thing.
He was the murderer in the DL6 incident!
He was the man who shot Gregory Edgeworth!
It was Von Karma!
Holy shit!
Something wrong, Mr. Wright. You seem dazed.
Oh, fucking... No, Your Honor!
Well, you have indicated the possibility that the murderer came from outside. Can you give us the name of your suspect?
Uh-oh. Should I come out and say it now?
Say it now, Phoenix! Your lover's about to go to jail! Your Honor.
There is a suspect. One lone suspect.
Well, this is certainly interesting news. Very well, Mr. Wright. Who is your suspect?
My hands are shaking.
The what?
You fucking bastard! Von Karma!
Von Karma? You mean the Von Karma, the prosecutor, the one standing right over there?
I love the idea that, like, when Phoenix, like, realizes this, he is pissed!
Bah.
You don't object?
I see no need. Why honor this ridiculous outburst with my objection?
Because you took a vacation for several months starting the day after the incident. Yeah, you pride yourself on a perfect record. Why would you take such a long vacation without any reason?
So, you're claiming that I took a vacation to heal my injury from the incident? Fascinating. Prove it. I would have needed surgery, no? Where did I go under the knife at, Mr. Wright? Bring the doctor that operated on me. Have him testify.
Nick! Let's find out who his doctor is!
It's no use.
Edgeworth?
I know Von Karma. Perhaps too well. He's perfect. He wouldn't leave clues. He probably didn't undergo surgery. That would leave a doctor as a witness.
Ugh, nobody's that perfect.
So what, Nick? Did Von Karma pull the bullet out by himself? That's insane!
No, he couldn't have. You can't just pull bullets out of yourself. Wait. What does that mean? That bullet has to be somewhere. But where?
Well, Mr. Wright, can you produce evidence to prove that I was shot?
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. I know what the answer is, I just don't remember this part. Let me see the court record, let me see. This can't be it. I don't think this is it. Yeah, I don't think this is it yet. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it either. Fuck. Fuck. Can you produce evidence to prove that I was shot? I'm gonna save. Because I don't think I can prove it. Not yet, at least. It would be impossible to find the doctor who operated on Von Karma now, even if Von Karma did undergo surgery.
It seems you have finally come to your senses. You've realized the truth. You can't prove something that didn't happen. Ugh!
Nick!
The court record. There must be something.
Oh, there is? Okay, so I must have... Okay.
The court record? What could be in there?
Gah! There's no time. I better think on it as I go. Oh, I guess that wasn't the right answer.
Alright, Von Karma, I'll prove it. And I'll even use evidence. I know how you like it so much. What? The evidence that proves Von Karma was shot is...
Oh, shit. Is this where I prove? You may be wondering why we still kept this.
Could I? Von Karma is perfect. He wouldn't risk surgery, leaving an evidence trail. So then, I ask, where is that bullet now? I think it unlikely that Von Karma performed surgery on himself.
You don't mean...
Oh yeah, I do mean. I do. There is the possibility that the bullet is still inside Von Karma.
Is that even possible? For all these years?
Well, there's one way to find out. We could use this metal detector. Well, Von Karma, I'm going to run this over you and see what we find.
Iggy.
Oh. I refuse.
You refuse? But refusing this means... You acknowledge that the bullet is still inside you. Order!
Your Honor, the defense requests that we be allowed to use the metal detector.
Iggy.
Judge, I call for a suspension of this trial. This is an invasion of privacy. Iggy! The statute of limitations runs out on this case today. It was you who said we had to end it right here, right now.
Enough. I permit the use of the metal detector. Mr. Von Karma, you will submit yourself to testing.
Nick, what does this mean?
I don't know, but we have to give it a shot. It reacted. Something's inside his right shoulder. The bullet!
I mean, you had to have been questioning yourself, like, why are we still keeping the metal detector?
Mr. Von Karma? You. It was you. I was afraid this would happen, and so I remained silent. Indeed, there is a bullet in my shoulder. However, it has nothing to do with this incident.
What?
I was shot in the shoulder long before the DL6 incident. I claim that the bullet in my shoulder has no relation to DL6.
But, Mr. Von Karma, can you prove that?
Prove? I have no obligation to prove anything. It is Mr. Wright who must prove something here, not I.
Mr. Wright? Well, can you prove it? Can you prove that the bullet in Von Karma's shoulder was from DL6?
Of course he can't. You don't have any of the DL6 evidence. That's because you took it out of the records room yesterday, you bastard! With no proof, you cannot convict me of any crime. So sorry, Mr. Wright. No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Von Karma. What? You were close. 1 day away from freedom. But you see, I have proof. What? Who would have thought you would dig your own grave trying to convict Edgeworth? I can link that bullet in your shoulder to the DL6 incident. And here's my final proof. Could I?
That's... a bullet?
Where did you get that? This is the bullet used in the DL6 incident. This was taken from the heart of the victim, Mr. Gregory Edgeworth. The bullet is preserved quite nicely with all the ballistic markings intact. Ballistic markings. You may recall the term. It came up in the first trial 2 days ago.
Ballistic markings are the fingerprints of a weapon. All bullets fired from a gun are marked with that weapon's unique pattern. By examining the markings, you can tell which weapon fired the bullets. It's quite accurate.
We have 2 bullets in our possession. One, the bullet removed from Gregory Edgeworth's heart. The other, Mr. Von Karma, is the bullet buried in your shoulder. We could analyze both bullets. Then, if the markings matched, we would know that both bullets had been fired from the same gun. The very same pistol. In other words, the murder weapon that killed Gregory Edgeworth. Mr. Von Karma, you will let us remove the bullet from your shoulder. Then we'll compare the ballistic markings to those on this bullet and solve this case once and for all. Well, Mr. Von Karma?
That scream. I've heard that scream before. Wait, I know. Oh my god, here we go again. Help, I can't breathe, shut the fuck up, stop breathing my air! Get away from Daddy! Get away from my father! Bang! Ah! It's that scream I heard in the elevator 15 years ago. Von Karma, it was you who screamed!
Mr. Von Karma!
So, it was you.
You and your father are my curse! Your father shamed me with the penalty on my record! And you left a scar on my shoulder that will never fade!
"15 years earlier. Chief Prosecutor, I am sorry. Von Karma, it's not like you to make this kind of error. I never would have thought that Edgeworth would be the one to catch you. I was careless. I'm sorry, but you will have to be penalized. I've covered for you in the past, but not this time." Hell yeah, Von Karma, you get what you fucking deserve.
Edgeworth!
It was a shock like none I had ever known. Me, penalized. It took hours for me to regain my composure. Suddenly, I found myself in the darkness. I was in the court records room. I must have wandered in there without thinking where I was going. The room was pitch black. The lights must have gone out. I went out into the hall and felt my way to the elevator. I pressed the button, but nothing happened. Then, there was a noise. I was in pain. A horrible burning pain in my shoulder. Just then, the light came back on. The elevator door opened before my eyes. I saw
I saw 3 people inside, all lying unconscious from oxygen deprivation. Much to my surprise, a pistol lay at my feet. I knew then it was destiny. In his last moments, Gregory Edgeworth was still unconscious. He died, never knowing who had shot him. Later, he spoke through a medium, blaming Mr. Yogi. He was fooled. It was the perfect crime. It was the perfect crime.
Yeah, it's very... So he pretty much just murdered a man because he called him out for forging evidence, and he got penalized for it.
Who would have thought another man would have come to open the elevator door? Judge.
What?
What are you doing? Do your job. Bring an end to this miserable charade. Now, end it.
Very well. It appears that we have come a very long way to the end of this maze. 15 years later, Mr. Miles Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You were innocent. You are innocent. As you said, it was all a nightmare.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court finds the defendant, Mr. Miles Edgeworth,
not guilty. His good noodle starts.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Man, if only Phoenix and Miles kissed in this. But they don't. It's all in the subtext. December 28th, 5:38 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Nick! Nick! We did it! Did you see his face? Von Karma looked even paler than usual. He's pretending to be all cool, but inside you crushed him, Nick! Crushed! I gotta say, I'm impressed.
It was pretty close, though. I was sure we'd had it.
I know, I was on the verge of tears the whole time myself. But now it's all just a good memory.
So, it's finally over, Edgeworth. Right. Yeah? I'm not sure how to say this.
I know. Try thank you.
I see. Thank you, Wright. You're welcome, Miles.
I think you could have done better than that.
Maya, shut up. Sorry. I'm not good at this sort of thing. You were fine, babe.
You got a lot to learn, Edgeworth.
She's got you there. I think well, they don't kiss ever because this is Capcom in the 2000s. We'll never get a kiss.
Amazing, pal! You pulled through just like I thought you would.
I'll never forget this. I owe you one, pal. And tonight, let's party. Dinner's on me. Yeah, my salary went down a bit this month, but who cares?
See, See, Mr. Edgeworth, you should take a lesson from Detective Gumshoe. That's how you say thank you.
I see. Oh my god, what a Cinnabon. I feel foolish.
Don't worry, take it a little at a time. You'll get used to it.
It's been 15 years since I've seen Edgeworth this unguarded.
Yes, so much. Hey, y'all! Oh, shit. Thoughta!
Y'all were great in there.
Thank you.
Yo, Edgeworth, congrats!
Thank y'all very much.
I knew you were innocent from the start, of course. Just look at you. You wouldn't stick your hand in the cookie jar even if no one was there.
You were the witness on the first day of the trial, weren't you?
Yeah, well, let bygones be bygones, eh?
Speaking of which, what are you doing now, Lotta?
Who, me? Oh, I went back to college. I gave up trying to be an investigative photographer pretty quick.
Really? That's too bad.
Huh? Isn't that the hot dog guy from the park?
Huh?
It's over, Nick! My life is over!
Why the sad face, Larry? You're pooping on my parade here. What happened now?
Oh, Nick, I'm not long for this world.
You don't look sick.
It's Kianse! She's going to live in Paris! Paris, Nick! She's leaving me behind!
Should have seen that coming. Yo, Edgy! There you are!
There you are!
Yes, here I am.
Oh my god, autistic Edgeworth. Congrats, Edgy! Here, a little gift from me in celebration!
Celebration? That's unusual for you.
Harry Butts! You come along tonight too, my treat, pal! Huh? Thanks! Looking forward to it!
Yo, Nick! That's the suit that questioned me. When he says treat, that's not police talk for prison food, right?
Right?
I think you'll be fine, Larry. Right? Yeah? What's up? That envelope that Larry gave me. It's got money in it.
Well, yeah, that's not that strange. People give money away to celebrate sometimes. Where the fuck is my money then?
It's $38, right?
Huh. What a weird amount. I mean, it's not a little, but it's not a lot either. $38 exactly?
Nick! Wasn't that exactly the amount of lunch money that was stolen from Mr. Edgeworth in school?
$38. No.
No! Larry, it was you!
What are you so surprised about, Wright?
Huh?
Larry was absent that day from school, right? But that doesn't automatically rule him out as a suspect.
What?
Think back to that day 15 years ago. Larry took the day off, but he was bored, so he came into school anyway.
You've gotta be shitting me. Who gets so bored from skipping school that you decide to go to school?
Then he saw the money lying there, and the rest is history.
I never was good at history. Heh! I'm going to strangle this man!
Edgeworth, you didn't know, did you?
I suspected. I just couldn't picture Larry protecting you like he did that day. Everyone else was saying you did it. The whole class was against you, remember?
Yeah, too well.
Right, you may not know this, but we used to have a saying back in school. When something smells, it's usually the butts. I know! I fucking know! Really, Wright. I'm surprised you didn't figure it out. Well, this sure is an unexpected turn of events, huh? Phoenix literally takes Larry by the neck, takes him outside and starts strangling him. Edgeworth. You should have told me!
Now, Nick, it was 15 years ago! Don't you think the statute of limitations has run out, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'd say so, yes. There you have it! Ugh! Where does that leave me? I became a defense attorney because of what you two did! Well, you have always been something of an insufferable emotionalist. Yeah, and you get worked up too easily too. Stop roasting me! Only my lover's allowed to do that! To death! The death sentence for both of you! Man, if only I had known I'd become a prosecutor! The same goes for me, only the other way around. For the longest time, I thought that I might have killed my own father. I thought I might be a criminal. I became a prosecutor in part to punish myself. If I had known the truth, I might have become a defense attorney after all. Edgeworth. Want to switch, right?
Hey, y'all! Line up! I'll take a photo! Hey, photo time! Let's go!
And after that, dinner on me! How to kill a man in 30 seconds. Detective Gumshoe took us out on the town that night. We celebrated Edgeworth's newfound freedom, even though Edgeworth himself was still in detention. Wait, what? What do you mean we celebrated his freedom, but yet he was okay. December 29th, 5:02 a.m., Wright & Co. law offices. Still not done. We're almost there, though. Whoa, I went a little overboard yesterday. My head hurts. He probably was drinking? Huh? It's still only 5 o'clock. Maybe I should go back to sleep. What's this? A letter?
Good morning, Nick. You were really impressive yesterday. Seeing you, it made me think about what I'm doing here. I'm a spirit medium. In training, of course. I wanted to help Mr. Edgeworth, too. I wanted to help you. But I couldn't. I was useless. So, I've decided to go back to my training. I'll become a full-fledged spirit medium for starters. I couldn't say it to your face, so I left this letter. Goodbye, Nick.
Goodbye? What time is it? Gah! The first trains for the mountains have already left! To the station! I guess I'm too late.
Hey! Nick!
Maya! So, you're leaving?
Yeah. It's hard being a spirit medium who can't talk to spirits. And I think you'll do fine without me, Nick. Be good, okay?
Choppa! Wait!
What?
I never could have saved Edgeworth without your help.
Huh?
On the last day of the trial, I heard her. I heard Mia's voice.
You heard my sister?
Yes, only her voice, but still. It was at the very end when I thought we'd lost everything.
Well, that's my sister for you. Detective Gumshoe helped, and Mr. Grossberg, and even Larry. I'm the only one who couldn't help. I was useless, Nick.
But you were the one who stopped Von Karma, Maya.
Huh? I didn't do anything. All I did was wander around in a daze.
Sorry, but I have evidence that you helped.
Evidence?
Show Maya some evidence to cheer her up.
Could I? A bullet?
Von Karma was convinced he had taken all of the evidence pertaining to DL6. But you were the one who rescued the last piece of evidence we needed. This was the bullet that put an end to Von Karma. And you were the one who gave it to me.
Nick.
Thanks, Maya. I couldn't have done it without you.
I'll be back soon.
Huh?
I'm going to complete my training and come back.
Okay. I'll be waiting.
Of course you will. You can't run that office by yourself. You're hopeless.
I don't know about that. Oh.
So, this is it.
See you soon, Maya.
Thanks, Nick.
And so, my story ends. Time to turn a new page. And say goodbye to the novice defense attorney that I once was. Now a new story begins. With the same old crazy cast of characters. Ha! Don't think you've graduated yet, amateur.
Mr. Wright, perhaps you'd like to rethink that claim.
Yes, Your Honor. Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling about this. Igiati! And now we move on to the credits. Hey, pal! Mr. Edgeworth came down to the precinct today to wish me a Happy New Year. I can't skip through the text, so this is gonna be slow. Talk about a pleasant surprise. Oh my god. Edgeworth, baby! Then he hung his head low and went right back outside. He tried his best. Kinda like he was embarrassed or something. Strange, huh? So that was Phoenix, right? The first game, or at least the first 4 cases, I mean. Huh? Nick? Nah, I haven't seen him lately. Who, me? I've been working at a cheese shop. A cheese... That Missy's a nice lady, but she's not exactly what you'd call a cheap date. Huh? Oh, she's in Hawaii right now, yeah. So how'd you enjoy the first 4 cases, Plush? Oh, fuck.
Who? Right? Yeah, I remember him. I hear he's been busy lately. You know, not to ring my own bell, but I sort of taught him everything he knows.
Sure you did, hon.
I'm sure he's grateful.
No, I'm not.
Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. Ah, the defense attorney for whom I wrote that affidavit for, yes. Oh, you should know, I've taken over management at the Gatewater Hotel recently. Should you be in the area, please stop by.
So yeah, this is a staple for Phoenix Wright games, is that every time you get to the end with the credits, like, they show you all the witnesses that aren't dead or in jail.
Ahem! Oh, it's you. Phoenix Wright? Yes, me as understudy, was he not? I wonder how he's doing. Haven't seen him of late. Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon. You see.
And we're technically not done with this just yet. We still got the 5th case. This is just where the original game would have ended. I think I know I've mentioned this before, but I don't remember which part. But basically, when the game... Okay, wait.
Phoenix Wright? Is he an actor?
I forgot her voice.
Well, I'm not buying it. You can't be a star with a name like Phoenix. Phoenix?
Yes, you can!
Did you know that they're finally putting some of Hammer's old movies out on DVD and one of them box set thingies they can buy nowadays? Not that I know what a DVD is or why they use 3 letter words for just about everything these days. How am I supposed to keep up with all of this straight anyhow? Anyway!
But as I was saying, when they were localizing, I don't know if it was just the first game or the trilogy, they brought them. These were originally played on the GBA in Japan, but when they brought them over to America, they ported them over to the DS.
I'm pleased to announce The Pink Princess is a hit. I sure owe that Mr. Wright a great deal. Oh, and I'm keeping my face out of the public eye till the show's over. I wouldn't want to ruin any kid's dreams, you know?
But when they ported them over to the DS, they decided, I don't know what the reason was for it, but they decided to add a 5th case to the first game. So yeah, there's one more case we have to go through, but yeah.
Oh, I got a letter from Maya the other day. It sounds like she caught a cold standing under a waterfall. I wanted to visit but didn't have time, so I sent her some Pink Princess trading cards. She says she can't buy them where she is. What kind of place is she living at anyway?
Oh my god. Oh god.
Right? Who's that? You want to talk? Let's talk Pink Princess. All right. But, you know, I snuck into the studio the other day. And I saw her. The one inside the Pink Princess suit. Ugh, what a dog. It was kind of a shock for a boy of my tender age.
I honestly don't see why they didn't hire like an Amazon actor to play this part. I guess to save money. remember, right? That lawyer guy. Huh, me? I'm trained to become a paranormal photographer. Oh, for fuck's sake. You know that picture I took of everyone? Well, just behind them, there's a ghost. For real. Now that's talent. I'm gonna be famous. Yeah, The Pink Princess is a show that Maya likes. It's the sequel to the Steel Samurai. And this is the picture that Lotta took. Look at this! And there's Mia off to the left. Chopped up! See, we ain't done yet. A brand new episode has been added. Episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. All right. You gonna close? Did I not click it? Okay, I did. All right, let's get the internet browser back up. Actually, this was probably a bad idea. Here we go. Alright, let me just put the controller away real quick. Man, my back is killing me. All right. So that is the end to at least the original Phoenix Wright. I hope everyone enjoyed that. It was quite fun. Yeah, this was a good stream. Yeah, this was a good stream. And honestly, we only really had like 2 lag spikes. Is this down to a 20? No, it's not. Okay. It's like I just noticed how loud the music was. God, we are almost at 6.5 hours. Alright, so technically we are done with Phoenix Wright. But, so as for the next Phoenix Wright stream, it is not gonna be in another 2 weeks. Seriously, the only reason why I did the last few streams in a, like, you know, over the course of every other week was because, we were gonna start with Phoenix Wright in May, but then of course I had no control, so I couldn't play it. And then we started it, and then I wanted to get this shit done for Pride Month because fuck you, I needed this. But now that we're done with Case 4, I am going to be taking a little break. Because honestly, I need a fucking break. So, the next time I'll be streaming Phoenix Wright Part 6, which will be starting on the 5th case, it'll be on... Let me just get the calendar up real quick. July 25th. So, almost about a month from now. And then I have no idea how long it's going to take us to finish Case 5, because that's a case I don't have as much experience with. And that's probably going to be the case where I'm going to be pulling up a walkthrough. Because the first game is pretty easy in terms of figuring out which evidence you need to present at which statement. But Case 5 it was after the trilogy, so I'm probably going to be pulling up a walkthrough for it. But you know what? It's fine. But yeah, so July 25th, same time as usual, Part 6 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And then depending on when we finish Case 5, we'll either start on the October Let's Play, on the October streams, or we go up with another game. Honestly, I was actually thinking about replaying a visual novel that I have. I'm not gonna say what it is just yet. I'm gonna wait till we get to it. But it is it's not like Phoenix Wright, where it is a game that's styled like a visual novel. No, this is straight up visual novel book. But again, I'll talk more about that to, when we get to the end of Case 5. But for now, I think it's about time we start wrapping things up because it is after 2:30 in the morning. This stream has been going on for almost 6.5 hours. And, yeah, so I hope you all enjoyed this stream. I hope to see you all back here again on the 25th of July for Case 5, where we get to see a new cast of characters, and even have a new sidekick, because Maya's not going to be with us for that case. Just spoiling it right there. But yeah. So, thank you for joining. Stay safe out there, because we're still living in a pandemic despite the ever-increasing numbers of vaccines. And have a good night. So all I have left to say is goodbye.